Hello, welcome on in everyone. This is the Apex Racing team stream of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. From now on, I'm just going to call that DNLS. We've got Johan Harth in the booth with me. We've got Lee Thompson in the production room. Welcome on in everyone. And yeah, this is round 3 of the championship, and we're going to do something quite similar to what we had a week ago. It was a week ago? It was a week ago. At Daytona. Yeah, time is an abstract concept, and we're off to a fantastic start here. So, yeah, we're going to give this a bit of a whirl. Johan, say hi. How are we doing?
Hello, chat. Hello, everybody. Yeah, doing pretty good. This is something a little bit new for me, but I guess we'll do all right.
Yeah, it should be absolutely fine. I am eternally grateful that you're jumping in early here with me to kick things off, because I don't have a ton of experience in terms of the series. I've watched the races, but this is quite a complex little series based off of the real-life NLS series run by VLN. They have little odd quirks and oddities, and there's many classes, and we're at the Nürburgring Nordschleife each time, which brings some consistency, but some drama and different things with every single race.
Yeah, the track is probably just about the only consistency you're gonna have from one round to another. There's only that little route that you discover one round after another. So yeah, pretty interesting series, but a lot to take on.
Certainly is. Yeah, so we have changing BOPs, we have like success penalties, we have different drivers coming in and out of the series. We have the sort of unique prospect as well, where we've got different levels of skill levels in terms of real-life drivers. We've got some top-level sim drivers in here as well. We've got the multi-class element, where we've got 5 classes on offer. So it's straightforward, but very complicated at the same time.
Yeah, we've got multi-class, as you said. We've got staggered stats as well. We're not starting all at the same time. There is, I think, 1 minute gap between all classes. So, yeah, 3 laps in, you're already in traffic. Already in traffic for GT3. So, yeah, pretty hectic races. Loads of drama, as we've seen the first 2 rounds. So, yeah, should be interesting. We're starting in 4th with the MSI car. Pole position for the pickup. So, we're up there. Should be interesting.
We're up there. For us. We're in the fight. Yeah, we're just sort of rolling through the list here of the starting grid. It's P4 for the MSI car, and then the ART GT3, or sorry, the SP9 class in 14th. Fillmore, Michael Jani, going large basically with the Q lap in the Porsche Cup class. Would stick him sort of in the mix of the SP9.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it here. It puts him P9 on the grid overall. So that's pretty crazy to think about, especially when you consider they have a 5% power penalty. Yeah,
which is a lot bigger. A lot bigger than what the SP9 class has in terms of penalties as well. So
most GT3s are on -1.5%, 2% at most. So yeah, pickup has lost 20-30 horsepower out of it.
Yeah, it's yeah, you definitely notice that down the down and up the Dotner. You just sat there just full chat. It's like, more power, please. Honestly, that would be a fantastic idea for the Le Mans round of the Porsche Taycan Esports Super Cup, and we've pitched that every single year.
We've been suggesting it for years, and every single time we just skim the limit and fall off the straight. So it's going to be the same thing for the. It's going to be the same thing this year with the first round.
Yeah, the same thing this year. Probably the same thing at Daytona as well.
Not quite as fast down the straights, but
is it not? Okay.
Yeah,
interesting.
You still have a little bit of margin. 2-3 kph the limiter. So.
Okay, so at least that race then will be pretty chaos and pretty chaotic. Welcome on in everyone in the Twitch chat, and yeah, thanks for following there, Louis, as well, coming on in. So just a little quirk again of this series. In the SP9 class, the real-life driver must start the car as well as qualify the cars. So we have Elias Sepinen here in the Sim Center with us this weekend. We also have Alejandro Sanchez with us here as well. It's been good having both of those guys come down and visit us this time didn't have them over for Daytona, so to have them here is pretty good. We've got JV in the chat saying, so he's a real life driver now, which is, I'm sure he wishes. He wishes.
Probably does, yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody.
I mean, if JV went into rail car and had to press brake more than 20 kg of pressure, then, you know, I'm sure his left leg would probably fall off. So yeah, he'd pass out. So yeah, we've got the pace car rolling things along. Yeah, so the BOP actually for the SP9 class is quite interesting, where the BOP for the series was released and then iRacing made changes, and the BOP probably doesn't fit now.
I understand they made a little adjustment before the race, but I don't think it's quite enough. Looking at the gaps.
Yeah, looking at the gaps.
Yeah, fair enough. Max's lap is probably a really good lap, but I'm
it's
not
probably
quite sure
pole
there's 3 seconds. Yeah, I'm not quite sure there's 3 seconds between, let's say, him and Norbikis, who is absolute master at this track.
Sure. Just a question there from Owen Smithers. Do all of the Apex GT3s have an IRL driver, or will a car be taking a penalty? So, yes, but also yes.
Yes and yes.
So in that second car, we have Tom Callender, who is an AMG driver. Unfortunately, BLM decided he doesn't have the required license to actually qualify as a real-life driver.
He does have the license because he applied for it, but didn't get it in time, so...
Okay, right. Well, that explains it. So that car has to take a penalty anyway, which is why...
that's why JV qualified.
JV qualified. So, yeah, not ideal for those guys. They'll be taking a 60-second stop and hold, I think, which, you know, ruins your chances of a strong result. But, all of the top 3 have success penalties as well. Top 3 in the championship, that is. So,
top 3 from the last race.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, from the
it's from the last race? Sorry.
Yeah, so it's going to be Red Line, us and Williams, I think. The number 5?
Cool.
Yeah, Williams number 5 got 10 seconds.
You're going to have to keep me right on this one. So we're just coming up to the grid now. They have a specific start zone, so Max will floor it at any point, and yeah, away they go. That's probably a little bit late as cars started to fan out, and we are 3
really good stuff from Elias.
4 wide almost coming into T1 here. As long as nobody goes deep on the brakes, yeah, we're just about okay. Big drama behind, huge drama. I can just say that was 4 into. You can probably go 2, maybe 3 wide, but 4 wide.
Yeah, 4 abreast in 51 doesn't really work. Never seen it works.
Yeah, and I think it was that Williams car on the inside that that was sort of having a look that ended up getting turned. It's just that weird thing with the iRacing contact model where, and we've seen this actually in other sims as well, where if you're the attacking car and you get towards the quarter panel and make contact, the back end steps out for no reason. It's like the rear end of the other car weighs a ton and your front weighs absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's like the car weighs absolutely nothing. So.
Yeah, and we know that the Mercedes AMG GT3 is not light on the front end. We can say that much. That thing's got a beefy motor up front there. But a clean start for Elias, holding on to really P3.
It's really good start. Little gap to Sindra in P4 already, so he's got a little bit of time to settle in, get into the rhythm.
It'll probably be quite static from here for the remainder of the lap. Not much in the way of overtaking. If we can have a little look back either to the second of the GT3 cars or to the Porsche Cup car, that would be fantastic.
We're just about to start
so
for
there's
the
a bit of gap.
For the pickups. There
Beautiful.
is a 2 minutes gap, just roughly.
Cool. So that gives plenty of time to watch all the shenanigans in the GP loop,
and then go back to the GT3 stuff.
Interesting. Hang on. Is that Max in the red line car behind?
It is. Oh,
either strategically or
a little bit of a mistake in the S's at the start of the launch right now.
Okay. And then
back on the curb.
Go.
Almost stacked it.
Michael leading the field in the Porsche Cup class. Hold the inside down into T1. And then run it out to the white line on the way out. Beautiful. That's the one. Let them stay side by side behind. A little bit of barging car round behind, but all good. From Michael.
Really good start.
He's getting used to this. Yeah, it is relative. Well, hold on, we've still got.
Still have a couple corners for.
Yeah,
we're
just looking. We're just looking from the rear view.
There you go.
There we go. There we go. You definitely spoke too soon. With too much of the GP loop for that statement to come out that early, Johan.
So the curse does exist.
The curse does exist, yeah. Well, I keep insisting that it doesn't exist. Because the drivers can't hear us. And who knows what other commentators on other broadcasts would be saying. Maybe they're saying, oh, no, it's just going to be super clean. Or, you know, they're going to crash, and then they do crash. And then they look like a genius. But
not quite sure they'll say that.
True. I had a really hilarious one. I was doing F3s here.
F3s?
Yeah, doing the broadcast for it. And I got called in to commentate, and I made mention that one of the AM drivers who had made it through into the main final, which doesn't happen all the time. And you know, if they do, then end up normally towards the back of the field. He was running up in 7th in an 18-car field. Kind of by luck, not necessarily through massive overtaking or massive speed, but like I made mention, hang on, AM driver here, P7 in the main final, he's going fantastically. And then loops at 2 corners later. And then as he got back on again, oh no, he's still okay. He's in P11, and then a lap later spun again, sadly. So I apologise for my potential part on that, but yeah, just a little story there, I guess, on my use of the commentator's curse. Back up to the front. Elias, we'll just drop back a little bit here in the 49. MSI, Mercedes MG Team ART car, if I've got the full name of that right. If I've got that
I'll tell you what, that Ferrari is flying down the straight.
Yeah, Max has got back ahead already, and yeah, as you say, the Ferrari looks very, very quick in a straight line there. Elias will just try and settle into his rhythm, not push super hard early on, but at the same time, for those leading 2 cars, the base competition and the Team Redline car, if they can create a gap early, then all the better for them. So Elias still sort of needs to stay on his toes, especially through this now very technical section towards the back end of the Nordschleife lap, where you can, if you're a lot quicker than someone, you can definitely put the hammer down and drop someone.
Yeah, you can, definitely. Especially in GT3s, you've got a lot of dirt here.
Yeah. Right
now, so if Max puts the hammer down at the end of the lap, he's probably going to be gone by the time we did that thing here.
Yeah. So just need to stay in draft range. So what is sort of the slipstream?
It is 1.2 just about. You get a little bit of it, but the interesting...
You sort of want to be within half
the
of
interesting
that,
bit of slipstream, you need to be 0.6, 0.7 back. Otherwise, it's pretty much more dirtier than slipstream that you get.
Yeah. So realistically, we sort of need to still be closer to the BS competition car. That is Norby driving, right? I haven't actually got the...
It is Norby right now, yeah.
Yeah. So we're hoping to stay within, or closer to Norby than Norby is to Max. Otherwise, Max will just pull Norby further away from us.
He will put him away from us, yeah. If the gap stays like this to the straight, it's not going to be that bad. Especially with Sindre behind. He might bump draft us maybe halfway down the straight.
Well, that does actually bring an interesting point and question. You know, we had a lot of this last week at Daytona, where it was sort of the key strategy within the GT3 class. Yeah, whether their drivers want to bump draft or not,
I'm not really sure it's that interesting around there. I think if you're close enough to bump draft, you're most likely faster than the car heads, so you want to get past as soon as possible.
Well, we've got a really interesting scenario here. So the gap is 1.16, 1.2 now coming onto the Dottner from the red line car to the BS competition. We're half a second back. So is it in our interest to try and tuck in behind and push forward and try and stick with Verstappen in the red line car, or
really
is he
depends
just
on
really at this point anyway?
Really depends on the red line gap.
Alright, tires were just, it looks like that's just going to make the move. And to lead
There you go,
my ear, I actually do have the laptop up and running. I just didn't have the timing at hand here. All good. So we're up into second now. Gap though 1.6.
Looking at the gap and the way Max opened the gap, I don't think we're in the same race. So it's probably in our best interest to just do our own thing and not really look at them.
Yeah, makes sense. They will have a stop and hold.
30 seconds at the first stop.
Yeah.
So it could bring them back. Could bring them back to us, depending on the gap lap by lap, but.
Yeah, realistically, we need to keep them within, what, 10 seconds then? Just so
10 seconds, yeah. They get a 30 seconds, we get a 20, so...
Yeah.
If we want to stick them just under 10 seconds, we'll do it.
Sounds good. So, 1.6, 1.7 back. Thanks, guys, for the follows. Mark Music and Dutch UK Racing. Welcome on in, guys. So, yeah, it'll probably settle down into a bit of a pattern here, or a bit of a routine, a bit of a flow up front there in GT3. So with the Porsche Cups, Michael still leading half a second ahead of the red line car behind. Doing a perfectly good job there. The Scherer Esports Cup car behind, absolutely on the rear wing of the red line car, which is yeah, he is filling the mirrors appropriately there.
That's going to be interesting down the straight because it's pretty much the gap you want to be side by side into the braking zone.
Yeah.
0.4, 0.5 back. Maybe Diogo is a little bit closer than what we would like.
Yeah, it'll be tight. So this will be a fun one to see how this pans out down the straight, and then also what kind of run that the Scherer car behind can also deliver. Pulls out straight away. I think that's too early to get the run, and then. Yeah, Michael will move over and then move back.
Michael is smart with it, he can get Diogo boxed in.
Yeah. I think that's probably what he wants to have happen. Yeah, move it across. It's maybe too late to move it across. Yeah, the sort of both got a bit of a run here.
Diogo's just going to
push. Yeah, just to try and consolidate second for himself there.
Still in the race.
Are they still side by side? Yeah, still early in the race. A 3.5 hour endurance race here, so plenty of racing still to go. No point in stacking it on lap 1. PT Singer as well, thanks for the follow.
In the Porsche Cup, unlike the GT3s, you're not going anywhere. There's way too much slipstream for you to just drive away and leg slipstream.
Yeah,
so it's probably going to stay like this until we hit traffic, which is going to be quite a while. Maybe a good hour.
Okay,
yeah, it's gonna take about an hour to get to the GR86, so probably gonna spend the first in this
the fuel mileage like then in the Porsche Cup?
In the Porsche Cup,
I know they've got some taken out, but I'm not sure how much.
I think we get to just under an hour in the Porsche Cup, around 55 minutes.
So realistically, you'll want to stop before you actually hit any of the traffic, if you can manage it.
Probably.
Especially when it's a 3.5 hour race, you've got flexibility.
It is probably the smartest way to do it.
Yeah, whether that happens or not, I don't know, but that's, if I was driving in that car in that race, that's how I would try and play it.
It's 7 lap stints. It's 7 lap stints, just like the GT3, so yeah, around 55 minutes more.
Cool. Back with GT3, gap is, it's just eking out towards 2 seconds. In terms of raw speed, it looks like that red line Ferrari has all the answers, but whether it can fight through its success penalty later in the race remains to be seen.
Success penalty, and there is a lot of cars to go through during the race. Plenty of things can happen.
It's not easy overtaking around here. Like if you get stuck behind a bunch of cars and you come onto the Norwich Life section, it is kind of single file for large chunks of the laps. So it sort of remains to be seen how that car navigates that. And also they've got an interesting second driver in that car.
Returning driver, yeah.
Yeah, returning driver.
We haven't seen him in what, 4 years? 3-4 years?
Yeah.
It started.
So the last that we've seen of him was, at least in a
The
top
World
car.
Championship.
No, so I actually remember the race quite well. It was Sebring 12 in 2020.
2020. Wow.
And I remember that race very well because I came down with COVID during that race and could not finish the race. I had to pie off the remaining
That's when you
stints.
did with Jonathan Antoine, I think.
Yeah, that's the one. So Benning won that race with, I think it was Bennica, pretty sure, in the class that we were in. I think it was GT at the
It was
time.
you at the time, so yeah.
Yeah.
Probably was.
And that was the last that any of us really seen of him for years, literally years. He's dabbled in like racing with some of his like friends and stuff over the last year or so. I double checked, but he's not like made a return to top level competition. And I did see him on the leaderboards for some of the WRC stuff that I've been doing. So like he's been around a little bit, but yeah, apparently
sure
from what we heard, it was it was long COVID that sort of knocked him completely
yeah, that's what I heard as well.
off. Yeah,
It's good to see him back. He's
yeah, it's good to see
Great driver.
him back. But annoyingly, he counts as the like the second driver or the driver with lower I rate in this series.
7.5, and he is just under 7.5. He's 70 for 99.
Yeah, he is exactly one I rate under the limit to not be classified as a platinum driver in the series, I think is what it's called. So obviously Verstappen has close to 10k I rating or whatever it is, 9 something. Not sure the exact number.
What is he
off the top of my
now?
head.
9.5 maybe.
I've
maybe
got it
not.
here,
Not
9.3. 9.3. So he's still
9.3?
got less I rating than me, which is, I'll take that. But yeah, you can't have 2 drivers in SP9 over 7.5, if I've got that correct. Or is that across all classes?
It's just SP9. Our classes
Just
you can have wherever you want, really.
Gotcha.
So, for example, in the Team Redline car in Porsche Cup, we've got Diego Pinto and Sebastian Job,
Gotcha.
which is a scary lineup.
Yeah, that's definitely over 7.5k I rating.
It is, yeah.
As we head back to it on our picture there, Michael's still holding on, still leading. My only concern with that, with the pack
Fuel
behind,
mileage. Yeah.
is fuel mileage. Yeah.
Yeah. They're gonna do this. They're gonna do the same amount of laps, but the red line car is gonna refuel maybe 2, 3, 4 liters less at the stop and just jump us, maybe even drop us out of draft with it. So.
But it sort of looks like that Michael's hanging on, or at least looks comfortable up front there. He's not like being massively pressured as swap for P2 happens with Norby Kish in the BS competition. Mercedes overtaking Elias there at the end of the straight. That's I think that's probably just going to be like a strategy just to swap round so everyone sort of gets a turn, nearly saving fuel. Norby sort of defending to the inside, Elias not looking to overtake. Norby's just
Looking at lap times, we've only lost just about a second on this lap to Max, so
yeah.
If Norby keeps the pace up just ahead of us and it's just about the same lap time, we should be able to stay within 10 seconds.
And just looking at the live time in here, so the trio of Mercedes AMGs here have sort of broken away from the BS Plus competition car in the BMW behind in 5th. So if the trio can sort of work together, then it will hopefully mitigate the advantage that the Team Redline car has up front, and therefore force them a little further back when they go to take their time penalty.
It should, yeah. I'm not sure whether it's the Williams car or the BS car that's got the penalty, because that's going to be interesting at the first stop. If it's the Williams car and the BS, Norby is going to be way up the road.
Yeah.
After the stop, as we start to traffic for Max.
Ooh, okay, yep, starting to get fun now.
Yeah.
Let me just quickly find...
And scary at the same time.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to catch them in these corners.
This is not a track where multi-class racing really naturally fits. Yeah, you end up just yeah, the track position there would be. Oh, jeez.
We've seen it immediately. Just get stuck a little bit in one of them for a corner or
and
two.
that just spreads out the track or the pack.
That's
there
the second gun.
Yeah. Okay, right. So I've got the list of time penalties then for the success pit stop, basically. So the number 50 Team Red Light car with the 30-second stop hold, 49, 20 seconds, and the 5 Williams number 5, which is that car in for. Oh,
massive check up here. Wow.
My God. Okay. And that's another like 2 seconds, at least, just gone. 2.5. Woof. Okay, breathe. We're all good.
All good, yeah.
The multi-class racing always just fries my head, especially with the speed difference that we have between.
As it was.
Yeah.
That's scary.
Yeah. We've lost substantial time though to the red line, which
4 seconds by the looks of it.
Yeah, so it was about 3 seconds at the line, and we've lost another 3 pretty much.
Just
first quarter of a lap here. Yeah. It can so easily happen, but this is why you've always got such an advantage if you're the first car coming into traffic. If you just catch them at the right point, great, then you just fire the traffic back into everyone else and then they have to deal with it. But the chances are, like, if you're losing tons of time with the traffic, well, then everyone just backs into you, and they're not really gaining anything out of it. All of them, they just sort of close up a little bit. You'll always, just keep putting traffic.
Well, let's put it that way. The other ones that have to take risk when they're behind you.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're up front, you can sort of manage the gap.
Yeah, absolutely. Just sort of, whilst we're still sort of half on the topic of success penalties, Michael in the 119 has a 20-second stop hold. The red line car doesn't have anything.
Yeah, because they had issues the last race.
They had issues in the last race, so between them and the Der Esports car in 4th, they're probably most likely to fight it out then for the win. The Scherer car has a 30-second stop hold with winning the previous race. So, still a long way to go with that, but Michael's not expecting victory.
So
take to the class.
If I was Michael, then I'd maybe try to just slot in between Joga and the Scherer car, just to save some fuel. You're not going anywhere. You're gonna lose 20 seconds at the stop anyway, so.
Yeah. Can we get hooked into Michael and just tell him, just drop back, mate?
make a mistake.
Yeah. Just run slightly wide of the corner. Like, oh no! Sorry. I guess I'm gonna have to follow in behind you then.
Yeah.
Got a cracking shot there. The side by side with we've got the in-game action and then the camera over the shoulder of Elias, wheeling away there in his Mercedes GT3, coming up against some traffic.
Max
pretty well synced here.
TCR.
Not too bad.
Max is going to TCR traffic last part of the lap still.
Okay.
Maybe
yeah,
something
good
can
shot
happen.
on that actually. Yeah, anything. Yeah, absolutely anything can happen. And it doesn't take much for the whole race to go completely pear-shaped. If you do catch traffic just at the wrong point of the lap, it's so hard to have the necessary patience, but the right level of aggression as well. I think actually Johan, you're probably one of the best through traffic that I've ever seen. I know I'm nowhere near as good through traffic as what you are, where you've got to take a big risk, otherwise you lose heaps of time, but you've got to do it in a smart way.
You need aggression in traffic, but you also need to consider that in this series in particular, it's not always top-level esports racers that you're going to race. You're going to have 2, 3, 4K drivers maybe, and they're not going to have the same reactions than, let's say, your 8, 9K drivers. So you need to have that in your mind when you overtake them, especially with the GT3s. You have a massive speed difference into the corners, so you need to think quick, and you need to make the right decision at the right time.
Absolutely. So yeah, we do have a wide range of iRating levels. Not iRating isn't always perfect indicator, but it gives you a reasonable
Not a perfect indicator, but it gives you an idea of who you're racing with.
Yeah, like if you see 8, 9, 10k iRating, you sort of, all right, you expect them to know what they're doing. If you see sub
2k, you're gonna have to take it a little bit easier into the corner.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to be a bit more mindful. At least until you've gone past that driver at least once or twice and understand, okay, well, do they actually know what they're doing? Like, do they have the spatial awareness? Can they see what's going on around them? Or you know, like how are they approaching it?
Yeah, that's the thing for me. It's not really, do you know what you're doing? It's just the spatial awareness that I'm most worried of. Because sometimes when you approach them, well, they're not really fully aware of what's happening around them. They've got their car to worry about, mostly.
Yep, and so they've got their own race to worry about more often than not.
Yeah, they've got their own race, their own car, so...
Yeah, the way that I've always approached being in the slower class is, like, I'll run my race, I'll run my line, but if I see you making a move, I have to sort of let you have it. Like, you're not in my race, I can't fight it, I need to lose as little time as possible. Now, sometimes that'll mean, well, I'll shut the door and stop you from, you know, going for it, and you'll have to pull on the anchors, because, like, I'm not going to lose half a second or a second firing the car off into the marbles for no reason. But likewise, you know, if you're making it pretty clear that you're going to make the move up the inside, then yeah, fine, I'll facilitate that. That's not a problem.
Yeah, that's the thing in traffic. Yeah, lose as little time as possible, whether you're the faster class or the slowest, and that's something people really struggle with, I think. Just accepting the fact that you're gonna lose time no matter what. There's no way around it. You're losing time.
Yeah, it's a game of give and take, and you've got to give and take in equal measures. Elias now down into P4. We didn't really see the last sort of push through traffic that well, still hanging on to the back of the Williams number 5 car. They will have a penalty.
Yet,
yeah,
they're just about to hit traffic just at the same point then they did the last lap. So hopefully,
got a bit of practice, sort of know where to. Hopefully no crazy check-up, and sort of place the car wherever you need to. So you have Lee in my ear just saying. This is from before. Yeah, pretty sketchy stuff, and it all checked up there. And okay, that ended up actually being no, that wasn't the mover position. It was down the Daltoner. Things had sort of split off a little bit, and Elias trying to break the draft there, not wanting to concede the ground because he's still sort of close to draft range. Actually got pretty close there, but Sundra ended up making the move there for P3.
Yeah, Elias had to back out. We know it's a pretty scary corner for netcodes, so
yeah,
no point taking any risk on the inside.
Yeah, it's just, again, you know, the track position is so important. The Williams car was able to get ahead of the TCR, but unfortunately Elias wasn't. All kicking off again, sort of coming down in towards Tiergarten, end of lap 3 for the Porsche Cup class. I just see there in chat, Dominator Dan. Hey, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, I'm the guy who does WRC stuff, and yeah, doing the dirty weeklies at the minute. So yeah, I'm good from that. Welcome on in. Hope you're enjoying it. And yeah, having something a little different from well, at least my face sort of on WRC stuff over the last couple of weeks.
Just a little different.
Just a little different. This is don't get me wrong, it's still just as intense as firing a car halfway down a mountainside, sideways.
Your WRC streams look intense. You're willing it.
Yeah, I'm not hanging about.
You know,
and I do stack it probably more than I should. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm getting a feel for it. I'm sure I'll be back on a circuit getting ran into or run into the back of by somebody fairly soon. But at the minute, yeah, really enjoying it. It's been good fun.
Yeah, at least you only have yourself to worry about when you're doing rally, so
yeah.
I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah, don't have to worry about netcode or anything like that.
No.
Sorry, the was it the dirty the dirty N word, I think, is what it is being called now. We can't say it, but on this stream, we will happily say neck.
No, we're sure we can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's don't get me wrong. Like, I still think iRacing's probably the best platform in terms of online racing in that regard. It's sort of dropped off a little bit. Like, I remember, this is a good while ago now, maybe like when I first came onto the pro scene, sort of 2017-ish. I didn't really recall any major issues with netcode or anything like that.
It has got worse.
I think it has generally got worse and worse as we went along. As the scene
and bear in mind, I joined
complicated.
maybe 4 years after you. Got iRacing in 2017. That's 3 years after you now.
Yeah, that would be 3 years after.
Yeah,
I joined in 2014.
2017 I joined. It was bad at times, but it's never been as bad as it is now. We've seen some crazy stuff this year already. It's only been a month.
Yeah. I think a lot of like what we have now though tends to be damage model concerns, like with the upgrade, the change to the damage model where
I wouldn't really call it.
I was almost about to say upgrade, but getting very, very, very close. There's the Esports car to the back of Michael there. Almost surprised he actually didn't make contact there. I was very, very close, but it was. Yeah, he's putting major pressure on Michael now, just to see. I think if he's going to make a mistake more than anything. And if I was in that Esports position, I would be doing the exact same thing. Get tucked right up behind the rear wing, see if you can get the or take some of the air off of the rear wing and see if it gets loose coming through some of the high-speed corners and just making wreck his tires. That's what I'd be doing.
It does work in this one. It does work in these cars, and it does work in this corner. We've seen it in the 24 with. It's what happened to GT3. Yeah, Pete. Yeah. The exact same thing happened to Pete.
Yeah.
The car was super close to him, into the corner, took the air off of the zeroing, and off we go.
Yeah. It doesn't take much at that kind of speed for it to go horribly wrong. So, but yeah, thankfully, Michael's still hanging on nicely to the race lead. That red line car isn't staying tucked up to this sort of front two, not at the swap position. Not sure whether that's a conscious decision or not. But I guess they don't need to take any risks. They don't need to like push super hard because they don't have the success penalty.
Yeah, no, they don't have the success penalty, so I think they're just gonna play the long game. Play with their fuel. Just make sure they have the shortest pit stop possible, and then that's probably when we're gonna start seeing them fire it away and try to build a gap.
Yeah, makes sense. Sort of surprised me though that the Durcar, although it is Tim Jarshall, he is very aggressive as a driver, as we've all seen through the years. He doesn't really do sit back and hang around and chill sort of a thing. He gets stuck in when and where possible. But his car doesn't have a time penalty. The third car with a penalty is the Quanda number 118.
Oh, looks like he's going for it right here. Michael is going to back out, I think.
Back out,
Michael backs out.
Smart enough to back out there.
Very smart thing to do as we had traffic.
Yep, just come out to more traffic. I mean, if you can get track position before traffic, that's usually a pretty smart thing. But I see Yuri Castor with a question for BOP. Let me.
What is the book for this?
What is the BOP? I've got it. So
I have the old one. I don't have the new one.
Yeah, I think I've got it right. So each of the GT3s in the SP9 class have between 7 or 8% of fuel taken out, just to stop them going 8 laps long. Alright, let me do some reading here. BMW 1.25% power taken out. Lamborghini and Mercedes 1.5. Porsche 0.25. Ferrari also 0.25. Which isn't a lot. In terms of weight as well, BMW was 7 kg added, Lamborghini 4, Mercedes 15, Porsche 0, and Ferrari 2. which is why the Ferrari's way up front.
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah,
So I think they took it as the base car for the BOP before the iRacing update, so it had no power taken off, no weight, no extra weight. So yeah, 0.25% power with extra torque from the iRacing update.
Yeah,
Don't think that's
strong.
Yeah. Don't think that's quite enough.
Bear in mind as well, so Michael would have qualified 9th in the GT3s in the Porsche Cup, and the Porsche Cup has 5% power taken out of it. No weight, but 5%. As opposed to not 0.5, not 1.5, 5 whole percent.
I want to see it on full power just for laugh.
So do I. Yeah, so we're looking back at our second car in SP9, the 48, driven by Tom Callender, driving as our real-life representative this weekend, fresh in. So that car, unfortunately, with a 60-second stop and hold because his license to qualify him as a real driver in the series hasn't come through in time. So no matter what we do, you know.
And that car is cursed no matter what we do.
Yeah,
it keeps getting 60 seconds penalties.
It does. It's a shame, but you know, it's a fun day out, I guess, then for Tom and then for JV as well.
Just having a bit of fun, dipping his toes into esports, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much. Back up with Porsche Cup class. To give it its full class name, it's the PEETN. Don't know what.
Stands for?
Do you want me to tell you that? Do you want me to find that information for you?
Well, go for it.
Oh boy, hold on. Oh boy.
Honestly, I have no idea what this could stand for.
No, I'm not finding.
I think it's a bit of German, but
probably is, yes. Sorry, into turn 1 there, all sort of holding things together. JV has come up trumps. Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. That's cracking. I like that. That's good fun. Surely that can be shortened. I guess the real life class just doesn't have that first E in it.
You will never beat the Terrara Euro 1 Championship. The full name. That was a long one.
Yeah, that was a struggle.
What was it? Force Dynamics Terrara iRacing Grand Prix Championship? Or something like that?
Something along those lines, yeah.
Yeah, that's a long one. Bit too much. Just call it Euro 1. Bit on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we do struggle in esports with the naming of series sometimes.
Naming of series and naming of teams sometimes.
Yeah, the naming of teams.
Nothing crazy in this race, name-wise. Well,
everything I think's sort of been condensed.
I've just found one.
What have we got?
TCR. Oh, Sim Racers.de by Racing Lounge 77 Team Green. That's quite long.
Yeah. So on my live time here,
it doesn't even fit on iRacing.
It doesn't. It really doesn't fit in my live time in here. I need to get rid of like most of the columns to make that fit in. Unfortunately, I've lost chat here on the screen. It's gone slightly haywire here. It'll be all right.
I still have
if
it.
I'll
question in chat. What's all of that time on the Capcom's doing?
It is, yeah. It's gone on to just a gray screen.
So pickups right now, they're sort of in the low 8 minutes mark.
Yep.
For all of them. 8:03 for Michael the last 3 laps. Then for reference, the GT3s are doing 7:55-ish in race trim. So
okay, so
a little bit bigger of a gap compared to quali.
Gotcha. Amazing. Thank you, Lee. Yeah, that answers
pretty
the
much
question.
double the gap between quali and race.
Yeah. And yeah, I've just seen McKelly's clarification on the Lara Force Dynamics iRacing Grand Prix World Championship Series.
The FDI
GPWCS.
Yes. Oh my god.
I do remember when it was just IGPWCS. Remember the days
that was
before.
back in the days in F1 when you were
Yeah,
still
yeah. But before we had a title sponsor, and then Delara Force Dynamics have come in and just, yeah, we'll make this even longer.
Yeah, let's make it complicated.
I think we could still make it longer. We could call that the Delara Force Dynamics iRacing Grand Prix World Championship Series powered by incredibly soft tires. Too soft tires even. Too soft.
Yeah, the soft tires are crazy.
Thanks guys for the follows, appreciate it.
You're leaving black marks everywhere, no matter what corner you were in.
Yeah, compared to the Delara, DNLS seems quite short and easy, and I still stuff it up on the intro here. I had not prepared myself to try and mention a German series and got tripped up as soon as I even mentioned the word Nürburgring. Someone mentioned Iro 1 soft, yeah. I promise, love.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Alright, so there's a race going on. Should probably mention that. So the Dirty Sports car has gone half a second up the road and it's starting to thin out a little bit. Not massively, but gaps are forming. It's not like pack racing around the Nordschleife at the minute. Half-second gaps would all run.
Most of it was due to the little bit of traffic with earlier.
Yeah, the traffic will start to sort of thin things out a little bit. Where did that Dirty Sports car start? So I'm having started here on the timing.
Started.
Did they just sort of wander their way through? Oh, it was P4? Okay.
Wait, P4? Not quite sure.
Yeah, according to the time it says that
they started P12.
Yeah, and they've just walked their way through the field. That's actually really impressive. That's a good drive on that part.
Just gonna check what happened at the start, because I know they have a little bit of a tangle in pickup the first lap.
Yeah, it was all Pete Tong. You know, it's fine. As long as the race goes well, that's the important thing. Back up with the GTD guys. Not GTD, sorry. That's a totally different category, but same car. GT3 in SP9. Gap is 12.8 to the lead red line car. That's not stretched out super far in the last lap. 1.3.
The lap time differences are
quicker, actually.
As big as qualifying.
Yeah, like Verstappen put it on pole by nearly 3 seconds. And Twitch chat are confirming Fs, so I think our stream had briefly conked out for a second. Redline winning by 7, nearly 8 seconds.
Yeah,
1, it's Max, and 2, well, 1, Max, 2, Ferrari, 3, well, Ferrari,
and then
not under Bob, and then traffic. It's all worked out really well for them at the start here. The gap in qualifying was like the guts of 3 seconds. So it's a mega lap, no matter what way you look at it.
Yeah, there's 3 seconds in the Bob.
Yeah, there isn't 3 seconds in the Bob, but there's some in the Bob.
There's a good second, I think.
Probably. No, not 3. No, you got to give the guy credit. He is disgracefully quick.
Disgustingly quick.
He's too much ability. I don't like it.
Yeah. Makes our Sundays boring.
Yeah, he does. He makes our Sundays boring because he's that good. It's crazy. Like, he's so much better than the rest of the field. Like, visibly, like, you can even watch him drive. It's like, oh, he's just driving at a higher level to everyone else.
The IRL drivers have to do quali. Yes, they do. In SP9 only, though. They have to take they have to do quali and take the start.
Yeah.
And
to
do
have
minimum
Max
weight
as your IRL driver is a little bit of a cheat code, not gonna lie.
Yeah, sort of is. Should be the Esports driver.
Yeah.
Make it fair.
That would actually make this race really, really, really interesting though. It sort of all stint off quite early, that's kind of the thing.
But then they have Brady Van Buren qualifying as a real life driver, so.
Yeah.
Pretty much just as bad.
Yeah, Lee's just made a really good point in the chat that the guys won the special event last weekend in GTD. doesn't get classified as an esports driver. So yeah, bit of an odd one. But you know, like he's more known obviously for his real life exploits than what he's done in the sim. So like, fair enough. He's probably one of very, very few that I can think of who is like genuinely top level, like world class in both the sim and real life. Like,
and he is crazy on the sim. Remember when he did 2 rounds of Pesk in 2020?
Yep.
Sandvort, start P40, finished P11.
Yep. Like genuinely went through the field like a hot knife through butter because he invalidated his skill. I don't know how he managed to invalidate it at Zandvoort. Like it's pretty hard to off track there, but he did. Managed it. He almost.
I started P39, so.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I dropped it in the last corner. Well, second to last corner, and then at a little moment, trying to keep it out of the gravel, lost I don't know how much time. But I started P39.
That's understandable.
Could have just off tracked. I would have started P39 anyway.
Yeah. I don't remember much of my race. I think I qualified like 14th, 15th, worked up to 9th in the
All I remember
sprint.
from your race, a car flipped in front of you in T3.
Yeah. I think Jeff caused that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that was
it Jeff on his lead?
Flipping.
Yeah. Dane with the Australian netcode.
And
then Jeff in Brazil. That wasn't going to go particularly well.
Still,
I was coming through T3 and I was like, oh, freebie, sweet, yeah, we'll take that. Because it was pretty single file, it was pretty hard to overtake.
It's 2021 pull lap in Bathurst. That's a crazy one as well. Jakub was mentioning. And
yeah, that was pretty beefy.
I don't remember what the gap was.
Like 4/10 or something crazy like that?
Maybe even more, I think.
Yeah,
I'm saying 6/10 he wasn't pulled by.
Yeah, slightly ridiculous. And then did he not stack it in the race? I think Roger started putting him under pressure and he cracked. I vaguely remember that.
I think they should did, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Did we do that race? I can't remember. 21.
Did we? I think in Porsche Cup we did it. I think that was the last year the Porsche Cup was in.
I was born for in the lap whole field. I do remember that he had put it in the wall at some point. He dropped it coming through the cutting. Yeah, it was 0.4. Okay.
What are my thoughts on this year's schedule? Oof.
Better
not though.
Prefer not to speak.
I prefer not to speak because I'll be in big trouble if I do.
Yeah.
Well, let's put it that way. It could be better.
Jose Mourinho quote. Yeah. As someone who's going to be spectating Pesk for the first time this year.
Oh, it's going to be great. As
a
driver,
as a spectator,
horrendous.
As someone who's probably going to be sat at this desk, it'll probably be good fun. As long as we don't get shunted. It should be good fun. 2021
there's already no pickup, I think. Oh.
Yeah, I think 2020 was the last year of it.
2020, yeah, man.
Because, 2020 I tried to do...
One I did.
2020 I tried to do it in both cars, and it didn't go well.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I had internet issues on lap 1 and got fired over the wall.
All skill track and test. Yep.
Yeah.
Daytona is pure skill. Need to nail the bus stop.
To be fair, the bus stop is quite tricky. I don't like that corner at all. It is not fun. It's a horrible, horrible corner. Watkins Oval, yeah, you got that. And then you got like the sort of like ASL format for that as well, where it's like elimination in each race.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have 6 cars races in the 8 format.
But like how many laps is it?
6 cars races. It's 3 laps for the 8 races.
Yeah, well, see, that's okay. Like if you're gonna have such a small field, then 3 laps is like, yeah, fine, whatever.
Yeah.
You can get away with that.
So 3 laps. Then I think it's 7 laps for the sprint.
Yeah.
Oh,
7 laps of
no, there is no sprint. It's a consolation race for the guys that will make it through. So that's
the race to watch.
If you're in it 1, you do 3 laps, if you win the race, you're not driving for an hour.
Yeah.
Maybe an hour and a half.
Again, a race is actually happening. Elias back up into third. Dropped off the back of Norby in the BS Plus competition Mercedes. Gap is 14 seconds. Pretty static, actually, on that.
The gap to Cinder was 2 seconds in the middle of the lap, but he dropped out of the carousel.
Ah, okay.
So that got
Good
the latest back.
Yeah, yeah.
To
I'll explain that.
And you could get him down the back straight.
Yeah. Patrick asking in chat, is there a minimum specified amount the real life guys have to drive? Yes. In the SP9 class, GT3, they have to do a minimum of 8 laps. A tank in this class goes 7, so they basically have to do 2 stints.
Yeah.
Or like just a splash for like 1 lap in the background.
With 3 hours 30, it should be stupid to do that. So they're probably gonna do 7 laps and then put 6 laps of fuel in the car, 5 laps of fuel.
Yeah.
Go.
With it being 30, you can probably have a little bit more flexibility with it.
Yeah. I'm guessing for Max is just gonna take a full tank and go for as long as possible.
Yeah. Well, actually, if you say that the tank is 7 laps, 7 laps from now would get you to about 55 minutes, I want to say. Something like that. 55, 56 minutes.
We're on the last lap of the stint right now, so
yeah.
They're gonna pit on the 55 minutes mark.
Yeah, and then service is about a minute, so you don't have as much flexibility, I guess.
Yeah. It's pretty
JV
close,
in chat clarifying you
Yes,
need
6
one
laps and
6-lap stint on all 7 for the rest. Okay.
So I guess if you want to get rid of your life driver as quick as possible, you just fuel for 6.
Yeah, you fuel for 6 then. Yeah, okay. That's a little bit boring then in terms of strategy, but...
Which is why they've reduced the fuel tank size, by the way.
Yeah.
Last year people were just fuel saving with their real life driver, going 8 laps.
Yeah. It was a mission to convince some people to say, right, no, you need to save way more fuel.
It was even easier. It was even easier last year because we still had the fuel maps working.
Interesting.
And now they've removed the fuel maps, so it's not quite as easy to save the fuel.
Yeah, just a butt in, sorry. The Dura Esports car has pitted at the end of this lap, end of lap 6 in Porsche Cup. That's an interesting one. So well, I don't think Michael would have been saving up front.
Whether are they gonna do something different or just start it on lower fuel?
Lee in is actually making a really good point that potentially they're catching traffic and stuff. Yeah.
TCRs are down the back straight on the GP loop, so
that's a smart call actually. I think from the Dura Esports cars. Yeah. I don't think they would have started on less fuel. There's no need to. You probably just sort of double check. Like you'd start with the full tank because you don't need to spend time putting it into the car. You'd always start with a full tank, in a race like this where possible. And then,
if they're going to hit traffic now, that's a really smart goal because that's pretty much the only opportunity to open the gap to red line.
Yeah. I like that shot. Tim's done actually a very good job.
Box.
It's
pretty smart.
Just looking through here. Yeah, they're back out away again. I don't think they'll actually have all that much traffic themselves.
No tires, I think, for the pickup. I think you can do 2 hours on the same tires.
Yeah, so the tires actually probably going to be in really good shape then for them.
No, they took tires. They went up on the jacks. Oh. I think there were guys yesterday talking about... there were guys yesterday talking about taking the tires.
Okay, fair point. Jakob mentioned in chat that Jarson might be screwed because the car in low fuel is like 3 seconds faster than in a full tank. Possibly, but it just depends on whether it's like a traffic decision. Like you could very easily lose like 3.5 seconds on, in a small section trying to overtake some TCRs.
Especially considering you're catching much lower cars. If you were catching GT4s, fair enough, you're maybe gonna lose half a second in a corner. TCRs are much slower.
Yeah. I don't think that the GR86s will play a role in this particular one. I don't have the track map.
Where they
Could we
are
bring track map
right
up
now?
again?
They are down the
yeah.
thing here.
Yeah, okay. Not to worry. So yeah, we're on board with Michael. The green outline is where he's at. You can see the splodge of red up ahead. Not going to get
That's what we want to see.
towards anyone else. It'll just be TCRs.
I'd guess just after the carousel. Looking at the gap. Which is
that's where
not
you
where you
really
wanna
don't want to
catch
catch
people.
anyone. Yeah. So again, it might be an inspired call from Jarshall in the Dury sports car.
Maybe it's gonna screw them up, but they have to do something different. They're gonna lose time, yeah, but at worst they're gonna be P2 with the success penalties. So
Yeah.
might as well do it.
Yeah, it's a definite shout. Thinking outside the box isn't a bad thing. It makes the race a little bit more interesting. We have something else there to sort of follow and see how that progresses.
Just right now for the rest of the field is just ride in line, save your fuel,
Yeah, and then see where you land after the stop.
see after the stop. Yeah, exactly.
They've taken some initiative. And again, for them and the red line car, like they're probably in their own
They're in
fight,
their own
probably
little
for
race,
the race win. Everyone else has a time penalty to take in the. It is the first stop, right? You have to take it in the first stop.
Yeah, it's the first
I've
stop.
just pulled it up here. Long stop must be completed at the first pit stop in the penalty box. Penalty box isn't like it's a predefined area.
It is not your pit stall yet. So it's the little you've got a little area in the pits with blue paint on it.
Yeah.
And that's where you stop. You just have to park the car there.
For 20 seconds. In Michael's case.
And
actually,
it is even more than 20 seconds because you need to do your pit stop, pull back out, and then stop again and pull out of the penalty box again.
Yeah.
So it's more like maybe 22 seconds we're gonna lose.
Yeah. Verstappen then into box in GT3, which means everyone else in
the Imperial
class
is in there.
will follow in. So I believe we will see this in action, hopefully.
We might be able to catch if we take 6 laps of fuel with Elias.
Hopefully. I would say that's
What
probably
is the gap right now?
the strat.
So we do the penalty right now in the penalty box. 15 seconds gap. We need to refill 5 seconds less, just about.
I wonder if it's a problem that he's not actually in that blue box because there's other cars there. And away we go. And then to take stop.
So Williams has jumped red line in the penalties.
Yep. And here's the traffic that we had been discussing for the Porsche Cup cars, and you had called it pretty much spot on just after the carousel, coming through the TCR traffic here.
And we still have a couple left to overtake. 3 more cars, so potentially even more time lost.
So be really interesting to see where Michael comes out after this.
It did not get held up a lot, but
well, actually,
maybe a second and a half gone.
He's gapped Redline and Scherer.
Yeah,
he's got a 1.3 gap, which is really good. Hopefully, he can just get through these last 2 quickly.
A good pit stop in.
Oh, this will be tight. Can he get them down the hill?
No.
No.
So you're just gonna have to.
Sadly not.
Yeah, it was completely off roll down the earlier, so.
Yeah, it's a shame.
And then stuck again through the left-hander here.
Yeah.
Hopefully he gets him
whereas the car's behind.
Second carousel.
Yeah, he'll get him. And then, the car's behind.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, so it's a net loss, sadly, for Michael there on that one. And then, yes, they'll overtake coming through this last double right onto the top. Okay, interesting stuff here. So Elias has come back out ahead of Verstappen, so he's probably fueled less then to make that happen.
So that confirms Max is going for 7 laps then. We are P3 in GT3. Oh no, never mind. No, we're not P3 because we've got the rest of the field with no penalties. Yeah, P9 right now.
So 24 seconds off the lead. So, I mean, there's still a long way to go in this race.
Yeah.
Plenty of opportunity to gain some positions, but I suspect then if I try and pull up timing on my end just to see how long that stop was.
Yeah, realistically, if you can bring it back to the podium in 3 hours, you've done really well. Oh,
Yeah.
overtake from Verstappen down the inside.
Yeah, sort of straight through. Yeah, Verstappen seems to be just, in that car on a different level, different race altogether. Point flying is super hard.
Well, if we can use him to just bring us back to the group ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, that's beneficial. Well, lower fuel, so it should be easier to follow him.
Right, Porsche Cup did not pit. None of them pitted. So, oof, okay.
So they were quite heavy on the fuel save.
Yeah. Oh, we'll just pull up a replay of a move. Oh, he's just fired it in there. Jeez, oh. Yeah. Last done well, actually, just not to not get biffed off there. On we go. So not a massive amount has changed in Porsche Cup. Let me see, gap to Jarshall. So I caught a little bit of a note of this when he came out of the pits. It was 1 minute 16. When he come out, it's 1 minute 18.3 now. Also, he still has had to go through that traffic as well.
It does, but I'm not sure he's going to catch them this lap.
Yeah.
The gap to TCR, still doing 8:42s. It's roughly 40 seconds. So he should be clear of them.
But I mean, he if he didn't on the previous lap, he will on this one.
Maybe not.
Time will tell.
It'd be close.
But that gap has extended. Michael didn't lose all that much time actually going through the traffic, unless I kind of misread the standings there. But I'll sort of keep a little bit of an eye on it.
Heavy on fuel, so.
Yeah, exactly. Ferrari's flying after 1% extra power that it's got given. Yep, certainly is. We've got JV into the car. Interesting. So Tom will jump back into the car then at some point because he only did the 7 laps. Or
well, he does not qualify as a real life driver, so doesn't have to take a 60-second penalty. So.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, they're going to be. Oh, they didn't take the penalty, no, did they?
Have they been given the penalty? Because I think it's a manual penalty. It's just a 60-second stop. And go in the pits.
Okay. Yeah, they're only like 6 seconds behind the other car. And they were a good bit further back before that.
Maybe they'll forget about it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see how it goes.
They won't.
Yeah.
Always remember.
They'll always come back to it. So yeah, Elias's target for this then sort of stick with Max as much as he can and try and work his way through the car city he ended up dropping behind after taking the penalty. So next car up the road ahead of Max is the Sontag racing car, number 22 Lamborghini of Sami Matti Trogan. When did he leave Williams? That's probably the question. Or is he still part of them but doing his own thing?
I think he's alone.
Okay. Because I don't remember him actually leaving. He's a handy wheeler. You've come up against Sami Matti a lot on iRacing.
But in this series, in Rallycross as well. That's where I made him first. So.
Yeah,
pretty enduring, sir.
Yeah, he's very quick. I guess that Lamborghini isn't all that special around here with the current BOP. If he's down in that position, could be wrong.
Well, he got turned at the start, so.
Oh, it was him who got turned. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, sorry. I'm misreading the drop there. But yeah, okay, yeah. So he's sort of working his way back through then again. Sorry, I thought he'd started further back.
He's working his way through and he's got a little bit of damage, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Front end is a little bit bent
Okay.
on both sides, so.
My bad for misunderstanding his current plight in this race. So up ahead of him then is the Liebert Esports Porsche driven by Robin Streichek. Probably pronounced that incorrectly, but I can only go with what I see here. I've given it a go. So yeah, there's a bit of a queue forming up behind him. Oh, okay, yeah, Feisty. Go on, Elias. Fire it up the inside. Go on. Do it. Do it. No.
GT4 traffic. Oh, is it
yeah,
the grass?
actually, good shot. Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, coming up through some GT4 traffic as well. Yeah,
well,
not easy.
Let's see the power of that Ferrari then. Down
Yeah.
the straight.
I can already see him just starting to slightly gap Elias there. Yeah.
And bear in mind, Elias was closer to him than he was to the Lambo head.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh
not making
my.
a dent.
Alright, got to him already, and he's gonna clear the Porsche as well, I think. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's clearing the Porsche at the same time.
Hopefully Elias can get one. Okay, that's oh my
no.
goodness, he's actually just
Probably not wise
walked
to
right
go.
outside of the pair of them. Go on, give that a nod to go Stan. Go
Pretty
on.
much a carbon cut. I don't know if you remember the
another
24 from last year, but it's pretty much a carbon copy of the real life Ferrari.
Yeah.
So that thing was flying down the back straight. I think they 290.
There's going to be 3 wide into T1. I want to cut under, I guess.
And he is doing
Yeah.
exactly the same stuff.
I promise I'm not in his ear, and then cut again. No, I just got hung out slightly. So Verstappen, unfortunately, is away then because superior Italian top speed, I think.
A little tight for the Porsche. Maybe we can clear him.
Yeah, that'll do.
There we go.
Oh, just about. Yeah, that was starting to bottle up a little bit behind that Porsche. So to at least get clear of it is a good thing. Max though is gone. I think like well, even if we get past Sami Matti here, we'll be out of draft. So that unfortunately isn't ideal. However, we do still have Alejandro Sanchez to jump into that car, and it'll be up against Maximilian Venig, and we have no idea where he's at in terms of how quick he is.
Hopefully he's a bit slower.
Forms, like stuff like that. Yeah, like we haven't really got a clue. All right, back up at the front of Porsche Cup, and
This time by, we should be in the pits.
yeah, we should be petting this time by.
And it did.
Michael's done really well to
Double check.
actually hold everyone sort of off, pretty much as long as he has.
I
Everyone
double
should be
checked it.
coming in.
It is 8 laps for the stint for the pickup.
Okay,
So
there we go.
the team was actually 2 laps early,
Yeah.
which might hurt him later in the race.
Yeah, so Michael's going to take his penalty, whereas the other two will go on and do their own race.
The Scherer car, running him.
And then the Quanta car as well too. Okay, right, so we've got some ghosting in that part of the pit lane, so they could just sort of actually go into the blue box. Hopefully Elias doesn't get pinged for that. Try and find some info. Apologies for the little bit of silence there. I'll just double check that everything's it's okay. Sort of looking through the race control sheet just to see if there's anything applicable to mention. Michael is back out and away, still in 3rd position. Yeah, happy days. So he'll have a it sounds so weird to say this 1 hour into a 3.5 hour race, but straight run to the finish from here, like that's in terms of penalties and stuff. Good question. In the ear.
Door is indoor right now, yeah. Oh my god.
How far back?
I guess.
Did they have a penalty?
No, they did not have a penalty, but if you compare lap times, they were nowhere.
Huh.
3 seconds off.
So that really didn't work out for them.
No.
Unless they like had an incident whilst they were out of the pits, but everyone else hadn't pitted. Maybe an incident in traffic or something. I'm not sure. Back up with Elias.
I was trying to check in session if something happened to them, but I only got 50 cars loaded. It's a 56 cars out, so of course I consider.
60. Yeah.
Yep.
All good. Cool. Go. So little things to know.
I'm not quite sure what happened to them. Must be the pit stop time, because the last lap was a little bit slower, but it wasn't crazy slow. The 8227, it's matching what they were doing at the start of the race. So
yeah.
Not quite sure where the massive gap is coming from. Because they are, what, 15 seconds back? 10 to 15 seconds back compared to Michael. And Michael had a penalty.
Yeah, odd one. Not really sure what's happened there.
Maybe we're on lower fuel for most of the other cars. Did we go up on the jacks for our Porsche Cup?
Oh,
no, we did not.
Sneaking up the inside.
There you go. So that's where the gap is coming from. We're on lower fuel, no tires.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. Laurie Britt in chat. Afternoon, guys. Could I pick your brains about hardware? Looking for a decent bucket seat. Got my eyes on the QRTR specifically for its base to back angle. Okay, bucket seats. I don't think any of them are any good. But that's just a personal preference thing. What one do you have, Johan?
The track racer, I couldn't tell you exactly which model it is. Let me Google it really quick.
We don't have any like biases in terms of like seats and stuff like that, but I know that I have a disdain for bucket seats. For all of them, especially for a sim rig.
Sim racing seats.
Yeah.
If you go on the track racer website, I have the GT style fixed seat. It's pretty comfy. Cool. I mean, I was sleeping in it for Daytona 24.
If it's good enough, it's got the Johan Hart seal of approval. The sleep of approval. Lee's asking in her ear, would we recommend Sparky Circus? I'm not going to recommend it personally. I hate the seats with a passion, but yeah.
I like it. When I was using it, I was liking it. I mean, it's not that bad.
I just don't fit the seats well.
It is not the same price range, but
yeah.
If you've got the budget, it's a good seat.
Yeah, why don't I like the bucket seats? My back end sits too low, it tightens up my hips too much, tightens up my lower back too much. Yeah, I just don't feel like I physically fit the seats properly. The Saybelt ones that we have downstairs as well, like I fit them a little bit better, but I still need some lower back support to sort of help me not feel like I'm getting swallowed up by the seat. So that's sort of my thoughts on it. I used to, I guess part of the problem was I spent 4 years in a GT Omega cockpit. Like the rig for that, like the seat had an adjustable bag. Like it wasn't anything special, but it was like a leather seat, but it was like super comfortable to sit in. Like I genuinely could just fall asleep in it, just like sat where it was. Whereas with something that's a bit more solid and fixed and upright, yeah. So I actually do have lumbar support, and it helps, but that doesn't mean that I'm a big fan of any of the seats. I have to run with lumbar support, otherwise I can do like an hour in a rig and then I'm toast.
One thing that's for sure, I would not recommend to just buy a seat blind. You need to try it first.
Yeah, you gotta try it first. If you can get yourself to a store that...
You know someone that has it, or just a store that does.
Yeah, if you know someone that has a rig and just jump in and sit in and get a feel for it, excellent. You'll also sort of get a general gist of like driving position. Preferably pick someone who has a rig that is of a similar height and build to you as well. that's usually quite helpful. I remember trying Kev's rig whenever, like before we'd moved here, up in Glasgow. So Kev's a good 5-6 inches taller than me, and his rig didn't have his rig didn't have like an adjustable seat. Like you couldn't move it back and forward. I actually literally couldn't drive in it. Like I was like holding onto the wheel, like my ass was barely in the seat. It was not good. Like I actually couldn't drive. It wasn't worth it. Nearest Sparkle stores are London. You're in Bournemouth. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's not that close. Also had the guts of like 2 hours or so, hour and a half, 2 hours. So yeah, not ideal. It might not be. Well, actually, yeah, that's a good point, Lee. In the year, but the problem is, fella asking is Bournemouth, which is the opposite side of London.
Even further.
So it's a little bit of a trick. But we do have Sparkle seats here, and we do have the Saybell seats just to try them, get a feel for them. Try out the rigs as well. Decent time, I guess, to plug that we've got. Full VRS rigs. We've got plenty of them that you can try. We have rigs with the Samsung G9 49-inch ultra wides, and we've also got rigs with the quad monitor setup, like the triples and then the fourth on top. Try the rigs, yeah. So we're up in Corby, so it's a little bit of a trek, but
I just double checked. It's 3 hours drive.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a hoof. Not gonna lie.
It's a little bit of a trek. Yeah.
Working his way through some more GT4 traffic. Got ahead of the Sontec car, which is good. And off and away we go again.
And we jumped in a bit as well. The MG Downforce car.
We have
go up to P6, 7?
P7.
P7. And we're not that far away from the podium either.
Yeah.
Just about 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
4 seconds to the lead. It's not catastrophic.
Yeah. Still a long way to go.
Indeed.
Yeah, no worries, Laurie. Yeah, I would recommend trying as many as possible. It doesn't actually even need to be in a rig. You just try to see in some capacity. Just get yourself in, like, right, does it feel right? Does it not feel right? Yeah.
Try it out.
You'll know very quickly if the seat itself works.
You know,
getting everything else lined up.
Good or bad?
Yeah, getting everything else lined up, like, that's a totally separate thing, but just get yourself sunk into the seat and just see how it feels. And if it's a yay, excellent. If it's an A, move on to the next one. But yeah, anywhere that like sells them any sort of, well, I'm not even sure like where you can sort of readily get like bucket seats sort of like that, but sort of off the top of my head, maybe it has the info in my ear. Maybe not. He does not have the info. Yeah, actually, yeah, it's a good shot.
Element twigs, counting stores, maybe.
Yeah, it's just whether if there's anything sort of local. Yeah, maybe your local kart and track would have an idea or some recommendations.
Yeah,
maybe some spares just to jump into. But like, if I was to build a rig from scratch with my own money by myself, I would just get some second-hand car seat, just anything like nearly from the scrapyard, and just bolt it in. That's probably going to be like nearly a better job than like a racing style bucket seat that's built to withstand a monumental shunt rather than for pure
comfort. Bikers did that, and it's the confused thing ever. But Renault Scenic seat, it is unbelievable.
Oh, but it's out of a Renault Scenic. Oh. I'm not sure about that.
Hey, super comfy.
It's a French car.
Do it yesterday.
I can see the eye roll. Norman, welcome on in from the Bermuda Islands. That is not local to Corby, so welcome on in.
Oh.
That is, yeah, that's pretty cool.
It is.
Are you enjoying it? That's
What time is it right now?
that's gonna be early. That's gonna be really early in the day.
Maybe not quite. You're what?
The
Maybe
quickest.
4 or 5 hours behind.
Let's see. Maybe he'll answer before I do.
I'd say it's a good 5 hours behind.
Okay, yeah, so it's not too bad. It's 4 behind. It's 20 past 9 on a Saturday morning in Bermuda.
Well, morning to you, sir.
Pretty sweet. Good morning, sir. I've just checked the weather there as well. Y'all don't have cold weather at night. 21C during the day and 19 at night. It's just pure humidity.
Hey.
Damn. How's the weather with you, Johan? You're South
pretty
France.
good.
It should be
It is
pretty
pretty
nice.
good, yeah. So I had 20 degrees for most of the week.
Matt's still in a hoodie. Even for me, that's outrageous. Like I
It's a bit colder today, to be fair.
Okay, fair enough.
What, 14, I think.
Yeah. That's you
It
can
is
justify
not
it.
material.
You can definitely justify a hoodie at 14.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
yeah,
quite cool at
that's
night
fair
as well.
enough.
We have 20 in the day, 4 at night, 4 or 5 degrees at night.
Gotcha. Yeah, you'll definitely want the hoodie on. So funny having you here, like during the colder part of the year. Like you're just constantly layered up and freezing cold, and then like it's not too bad for us. You'll see Pete cutting about in a t-shirt or something like that, and just see you just like
You should enjoy
wrapped up.
With
Yeah,
three
shorts.
3 or 4 layers.
Yeah, it's just what you're used to. And then probably whenever you went back home, finally got to experience warmer temperatures. It's like, it's nearly too warm again. Or did you just get used to it right away?
You get used to it straight away.
Yeah.
I'm way too used to it.
Yeah. To be fair, like whenever we did the trip to
Same thing when I left in
Saturday.
when I left in September. When I left in
Yeah.
September, I had 35 degrees. Got to
Yeah.
the UK, 10 degrees, raining, cold.
pretty miserable.
It's
Well,
a
I
bit-
mean, at least you're not up in the north coast of Ireland.
Nah.
Yeah,
No,
it's
it's way
just
worse.
like the weather is like
Corby
it's not
sounds
even
bad,
that
but
much
it's
further
not.
away, but it's so much worse. I used to live up there for university, and like the weather was almost always terrible, like really, really poor. But yeah, when it was good for like 4 days out of the like semester, gorgeous. 18 to 20 degrees. It never went above like 21, I think, in the entire time. Like the 3 years that I was up there in the north coast.
Wow.
It's just sea breeze, isn't it? It's not warm. Norman saying it's an
Back
extremely
onto-
cold day for him. 19 C is extremely cold. That for me is short
Back
and
onto
teaching
the
weather.
race. We've got Max Verstappen already back on the podium. Almost.
Already.
Yeah, he's P5, a second away from P3.
Okay, that
Looking
didn't
at
take
the
long.
looking at lap times, not doing too bad as well for Elias.
Yep.
Catching about 2-3 seconds a lap to the podium guys, so should be back up there pretty soon.
Yeah, shouldn't take long. Why is Michael racing from that rig? Good question.
Yeah.
So we have Alejandro and Elias in the sort of like main
Next to
air
each
team
other.
next to each other. MSI had someone down filming and doing bits for like their socials and whatnot, and having them side by side was more appropriate. So Michael has got biffed out to the.
That's right. I
customer.
just noticed Michael is up there. Like,
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, because Luke still needs to practice. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, we put Alejandro
50 mil.
and
Fourth
Elias into the 2 other rigs that are in there. So obviously you've got the 3 on the right-hand side of my rig, Kev's rig, which are both still on ultra wides. I'm swapping them out again. Bit of effort. And then Pete over in the far corner, that's his fixed position. He's not moving from there. Need to prise him out with a hammer and chisel, I think, to to get him out of that corner. Then Luke's obviously got his rig, and he's still like racing and you know, working away as he has done. So that left the rig that Luca was on, and then what Michael was on. Michael could easily then move around so that Alejandro as well could sort of take on that rig, and so that's why Michael is out in the exposed open. I mean, you could just walk up behind him and give him a clip around the ear quite easily. But,
Sure, like it.
you know, yeah, hopefully nobody will sort of filter through this afternoon. Should be absolutely fine. And that adjustment to the rig, or at least getting used to a slightly different rig, hasn't hampered him any. He is still chugging away there in third position.
The rig is the same. It's just a slightly different sitting position.
Yeah, slightly different seat position. I mean, like the rigs are they are the same rigs, but there's going to be maybe slight differences in terms of like monitor height and you know, the positioning.
Will they guide? Because he was on mine.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So the rig that you used whenever you were here, even for me, the weight was hitting off my knees, and I'm not a tall man. I don't know how you drove it. You can't really see my hands that well, but like, like the weight was down here pretty much. It's like not here.
No, that's not. Nah,
here.
To be fair, the way I see it, the weight is much higher for me.
Yeah, fair. Norman asking there in chat, sorry, are you guys motion sim rig race or static? Always static for us. The technology for motion, at least what's commercially available, it's not quite there in terms of what's helpful for us. The head movement is just sort of awkward. Yeah. The head movement, you're looking to the next corner, so instead of like straining your eyes and looking over there or over there, like you might as well, you can move your head. Like it's not something that's really taught or anything like that, but you instinctively, like if you know where you're looking to place the car for the next corner, like you'll move your head, you'll pivot ever so slightly. People don't really notice it until like you said and realize, oh, actually he's actually looking left or looking right. It's not a motion thing, it's just getting your head and your eyes lined up. All right, that's where I want to get the car to for the next corner, and that's why there's quite a bit of head movement. It's so funny watching some people drive who have like massive amounts of lean and pivot and sway. Who's the one that stands out most? Probably like Will Chadwick. I think he's the biggest leaner of those.
It's almost a bit of GP right there.
Yeah, almost like he tips himself into the corner pretty much.
He's got quite the angle in some corners.
Yeah.
Probably
he's
30 degrees lean at least.
Yeah, he makes Marquez look upright. Who's the other one that sort of sprung to mind? Remember Kurt Stenny?
Oh my god, yeah.
Australian fella. Oh, he loved the lane. I think he's got his even had an indicator on his stream. Yeah. It's like the lane angles, like how much he sweat from side to side. It was pretty funny. Oh gosh. What happened to the pickup team? The success penalty. So pit stops and drop back with success penalty. Now to be fair, he's actually dropped back further than where he was. He's lost like a reasonable chunk actually. But he's still holding on to third.
Wait, so we had a 20-second penalty, you were saying?
Yes. It's 32
and the pit stop our pit stop was 28 seconds longer, so maybe a little bit more fuel on board.
Yeah, maybe.
We did not take tires. Both us and Redline didn't take tires. Same for the Shira car.
Yeah.
But
Stan's asking, is it impossible for them to win, like, unless the two cars ahead have major issues?
Considering the people you have in front of you.
Yeah, you've got Diogo Pinto.
Unquestionably, you're gonna catch 30 seconds on Diogo and Sebi.
Yeah.
In 3 hours. Not 2 hours left. So.
Is Michael doing it by himself?
No, he's got
or who's
Luca
he with? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Quite the beefy lineup as well.
Yeah, it is beefy.
They're gonna be pretty much on the same pace.
Yeah, I couldn't remember whether Luca was in one of the GT2s or Porsche Cups. Like, completely skipping mind. Okay, yeah, no, he's in with Michael, so Yeah, tricky one. Success penalty only for winner previous round or podium? In this class, podium as well.
It is podium, yeah.
There's in SP10, which is the GT4s, it's only the Mala car that has a penalty.
Only the winners, yeah.
Yeah, only the winners of that class. Everyone else, it's yeah, all 3 cars from the podium of the previous round. Took me a while to actually get that out. Nearly forgot what I was going to say. Words are difficult sometimes. Elias is still sort of pretty much holding station, or at least pretty static with the
let's see lap times this lap. 55.5. A little group ahead of him, 57 and 58, so slowly catching.
Yeah. Verstappen's already up into P3 then.
Already on the podium, 2 seconds behind Engine Given.
Yeah.
P2. Already.
Iron Champ won't let him go.
2 seconds quicker. Yeah, he's 2 seconds quicker a lap, so he's just gonna fly past him in the middle of the lap, I guess. Or maybe down the dotted here. But
we'll see. Iron Champ doesn't give anything up that easy, so that might be a spicy one. Question again then from Norman. Professional simmers, do you think SimCube active pedals are worth consideration for deeper understanding of a car's performance?
So we need to actually try them to have an idea, I think.
I did try them in Autosport last year. Very briefly, very quickly. Like, they're cool, they're a really interesting concept. Is it necessary or like needed for deeper understanding of a car's performance? No, not really.
I don't think it's
quite weird on your
sim racer, but as Daniel Morad was explaining, it's probably worth it for a real life driver as a training tool.
Yeah, it's more geared in that line more so than for our particular line of work and what we're trying to achieve. The bang for your buck on that one isn't great, but just Elias running very close to the to the wall. Yeah, he's pushing. He's not hanging back. But yeah, you can get like a really good braking performance out of something that isn't like the active pedal. The active pedal is like a really neat bit of kit, but
is it going to make pedals? Everything else will build it just fine.
Yeah, especially the VRS pedals, of course. Especially.
Yep.
So, yeah. As long as you got like a strong load cell brake pedal and like the spring on your throttle isn't incredibly soft, like that's pretty good as a starting point for, you know, in terms of just going quick in sim. But as a training tool, as Johan said, yeah, the active pedals might be more of your consideration. Not that I have extensively used the active pedals. I gave them a quick try for about 4 or 5 laps, I think I got when I was out at Autosport. And, you know, it's really cool to be able to adjust all of your, like, brake stiffness and your curves and stuff on the fly. But would I say, oh, like if I had that, I would be a quicker sim racer? No, I don't think so. So we just got that shot there once again of the camera over the shoulder of Elias. I think I had a point that I wanted to mention with that. Yeah, so we've got the triple screen set up there. FOV pretty much mathematically calculated correctly, so you can see in the side monitors sort of how quick everything passes through, but the center monitor is what you're generally looking at. And if you're focusing on it, it actually doesn't look super quick just on the screen there, but you know, it's just sort of funny how it all works. As long as you're looking at the right place, it doesn't always it doesn't look that quick whenever you're driving the car. You can sort of spot all your reference points. It's not a super difficult. Well, it's easier said than done. You know, if it was easy, everyone could do it. But yeah, Elias is just sort of looking at reference point to reference point there, checking any of his extra info there, checking standings, Yeah, it's yeah. He's
Sprint
working
is fun,
hard at
aren't
the
they?
wheeler, but like he's still very much within probably his capacity there.
Are these new screens? The
Yes.
the CMS
So
screens, yeah.
yeah. So
What
yeah,
are the
it's
guys? What are the guys saying? Are they?
oh yeah, yeah. The screen's good. Yeah,
They look good.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. They're in good shape.
One of these 240 Hz, 165.
165.
Also just like what we have here.
Yeah.
I mean that's
Um,
probably just as much as that's what you want. Like, any higher tend to struggle
it's
to 40 FPS.
yeah. It's a struggle to pump a game out across triple screens at 240.
You'd probably do it.
I mean, we can do it,
Those
but
PCs
it's not in every scenario.
General public, you need a beefy PC to do 240.
Yeah,
Even
really beefy.
I mean,
Without
even
making
in
the game
replayer.
look rubbish at the same time as well.
I mean, I'm in replayer with everything turned up. All cars on 220 FPS. So
And you're on the ultra wide, aren't you?
yeah, ultra wide. So triples, let's make it 160, 170 maybe, which is maybe where you want to be at.
Yeah. So yeah, those MSI screens are at 165, and having sat or well been downstairs and watched those guys in action for a good chunk of the week,
It looks smooth, well, even from the
yeah.
camera. It looks super
yeah,
smooth.
even from the camp, yeah, like there's not been really any issues with that. They have had some tech gremlins, but not with the models.
It's tech.
for sure.
It happens all the time.
Yeah, it's tech, and when there's so much equipment and trying to get like sort of put together again, sort of thing. Yeah, it's a challenge, but yeah, everything's sort of going to plan. Speaking of plan, Elias is planning
Making a move.
planning on making a move.
Yes,
He's tucked up
go.
behind the rear wing of the BMW, the BS Plus competition BMW, driven by young
Sebastian
Sebastian Weldon. Yeah,
Super young.
very young.
What is he, 14?
Yeah, like, that's
Scary.
scary. Like I'm a lot older than 14, seeing a lot of his age.
Well, you're double his age, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, appreciate it.
I'm getting close on it.
Yeah. I mean, you're well.
Nice.
I mean, you're not going to work up to that. It's going the opposite way. But yeah, I've still got like another year before I'm not double his age. So, but yeah, he's in that car, 14 years of age, 7K iRacing. If he sticks at it, yeah, he'll be a force in the future for sure. But for now,
From the semen in your life.
yeah, 100%. But for now, Elias has.
He's got the upper end.
Oh god!
Oh
that
my
was
god.
close.
Well, he knows his gaps.
Yep. Spotter said clear. Straight
Go.
across. That scared the bejesus out of me. That looked too
Move
close.
for us and move for Verstappen as well. Up to P2.
Yeah. Yeah,
Even
Verstappen
didn't
probably just
find
waited
it.
for the straight.
But to be fair, he couldn't find it. He just got scared. He just got
Fastest
scared
lap in
that
the
foot on the
race
back
as well
straight.
there from Verstappen.
He got
53.5.
scared that foot on the straight. So.
Yeah. Yeah, he is away. He is gone. He has legged it.
I
Who's
don't know
in
what
the,
it's up in teacup with the red line car, but it's flying right now.
Yeah, it's very quick.
2-3 seconds faster every lap.
Yeah. Pinto was just chilling, it seemed like, for that first hour, and then decided to put the hammer on.
Real good car restarting.
Oh. Well done there, nearly through the back of Elias there. Close call, but on we go.
iRacing's ABS at its finest.
Yeah. Just a little too hard into the brakes and you just go straight on.
Yeah.
So realistically, we're looking at, hopefully podium with our cars.
Yeah, both cars podium.
A P3 each way, I think, would be handy enough.
Each way would be handy enough. Lukey in the HRT car. Racing with Jimmy is doing quite well as well.
Yep.
Which is obviously quite good to see. It's P4 matching lap times from Tinder sets us. Oh, it's pretty good around there, so
Yeah,
quite a
pretty
good surprise to be fair.
Yeah. For a guy who doesn't really have much of a sim racing background.
Races, yeah.
It's less than 3K iRate. Yeah, it's pretty impressive from him there in P4. Obviously, probably like no match for like Norby or Max or Alias or Sammy Matty, for example. But yeah, definitely holding his own, which you know, is no mean feat around here.
I mean, compared to Norby, I don't think he's got the same amount of laps around there. Not even one of Norby laps, he's still there on this track.
True, true. Norman Robinson with one. There are no silly questions. Do we race with real-time telemetry like an F1 team? You only ask because you received info from software called vTelemetry Pro, which you might purchase. So we do everything through VRS's telemetry tool. If we need to do something else slightly different, so whenever we're working with the Rennsport platform for ESL, you know, there's no VRS tool for that, so we use Motec. But yeah, I haven't actually heard of vTelemetry. I don't know if you have, Johan, but
never heard of it, no.
We don't really do real-time telemetry. It's normally just like we'll gather the data and then look at it afterwards.
The only data we look at live is just lap times, really.
Yeah.
Lap times, track positions from the track map,
Delta, so on and so forth. Stuff that we can probably already get from the oh right, Michael's in again early.
Has he got a problem?
That's
interesting.
Given how he stroked his hair there, I don't think so. I think he's doing all right. He's still got a smile on his face, so.
Is he gonna be out of the car?
Yeah, I think he's getting out of the car looking at that. I guess Luca then will jump in. He does.
German giant.
Yeah. Oh, he's a big fella. Like he's just tall. He's like man would play second row in rugby, no problem. Like.
Oh god.
And yes, we've got Luca on screen. Fantastic. So I'd never met Luca until the
Mercedes event at the end of the year.
Yeah, the Mercedes event in Falterbach at the end of last year. I didn't realize just how tall he was. Like he's not Yuri Kazdor tall. Don't get me wrong. To be fair, I've not
nobody is.
Nobody is. But like he's the tallest guy on the team. I'd probably have. Not by far. He's a little taller than Kevin. Stan's probably really close, but yeah, Luca, he dwarfs over me for sure. That's that's pretty clear. But lovely fella. It's good to finally get meeting him. I don't know why I thought he'd be like. Yeah, I thought he'd be like very different because I'd never heard him like speak before either. I don't know what I was expecting, but yeah, sort of caught me a little bit by surprise. Yeah, fantastic wheeler, and yeah, we're glad to have him on the team. So he's in now, comes out in P12 as well, so it'll be interesting to see what the plan is, how that's all shaken up.
Well, do we have? An hour 45 right now, so I guess they're just going to split the stints even.
Yeah, pretty
the tires. We just took tires, I guess. With our car? Did we go up on the jacks?
Yeah, it went up on the jacks. Yeah, we did see that.
We took tires, and I guess it's just 6 laps. Each stints, maybe 7 for one of the two.
Yeah. Did the red line car stop in Porsche Cup take tires?
No tires, no.
No tires. Okay, so like Michael's just, yeah, I guess sort of struggling a little bit, and maybe Pinto was just on a different level just in that second stint. Yeah, just seemed a little bit of an odd one there. Let's see.
Well, maybe we can get to talk to Michael at some point.
Yeah,
see what happened.
That would be good. Yeah, we can get him to diagnose the first.
Get him to explain
40 minutes.
What happened there?
Yeah, what happened that second stint? Yeah. Yeah, like it was quite odd because in that first stint, the red line car with Pinto didn't look like it was like hustling.
It didn't look like it was the strongest car in the top one. Yeah,
it didn't look.
It didn't look slow, but
no, definitely didn't look slow either. But you can sort of tell, like, even in a pack like that, like, who's, like, just sitting right under the rear wing of another car. And it was sort of not quite glued to the back of Michael or Tim, even in that first stint. So, yeah, a little bit of a weird one. But, yeah, Pinto's just got the foot down and away it goes. But it should give Michael plenty of confidence sort of leading into this upcoming PESC season, that he's jumping in Porsche Cup against former world champion Diogo Pinto, and there's a lot of like really quick drivers as well in this series. The Sherrow guys are very good around here specifically as well. Like, that's what they sort of, you know,
It's their
live
track.
for pretty much. It's their track, and he's sticking it on pole and then holding off everyone in the first stint sort of thing. So, you know, it's
Pretty promising.
it should give him plenty of confidence. Let's see what else to look at. So yeah, Elias has put good distance between himself and Weldon in P6, P7. Sets also just making a move there on the
HLT
UL car. Yeah, the HRT UL car. Down the straight here.
Gap looks pretty stagnant to the two guys ahead. Maybe a bit closer this time. So, guessing
Yeah.
we've got another half a second to a second.
Yeah.
And we're pitting. Yeah, we had 6 laps of fuel, so we're in the pits.
Yep.
It's gonna be Elias out of the car.
Facilities
And
and JV there in a battle as well for P10. And yeah, it looks like yeah, we went with the 6th lap strat on that one. So we're going to put Alejandro Sanchez then into the car. Hopefully we'll get Elias upstairs here to have a little chat at some point as well. No major rush if he needs to just sort of help spot briefly before he can leave Alex to it.
Right,
Yeah,
also
happy to do that.
Jimmy in the HLT video car.
Yep. So
They've got a chance at a
looking
good
good.
result. Pretty solid from them.
yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
strong
in
start.
and around the top 5. Starting P13. It's pretty good going.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. Actually, take a look. Yeah, just as Alejandro comes out of the pits there. A couple of seconds behind
HLT
Pro
car.
Sport.
Uh,
Yeah.
It's
So
the
yeah,
gap, pretty
yeah,
much.
yeah, the HRT car has just got out ahead of the Pro Sport
the
Sim
gap
Racing
is-
car. So, we'll be sat looking at Alejandro here just for a little bit whilst the head honcho Lee heads downstairs and shimmies the
There's the
camera
camera.
around down in the sim room. Make sure to be careful not to distract Alejandro too much. But, alright, so we got Alejandro in the car. Now we can fight. He is so quick in a GT3 car, like outrageous.
So quick around there.
He's
I think
very
one of
quick
the
around.
scariest, one of the scariest laps I've seen is his best pole lap from this year.
Oh, last year.
My lap was nothing special.
Yeah.
Just loving life, and then he puts 1.5 seconds on me. I was off. Peace off, mate.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not quite sure it was
Pretty
1.5,
blunt.
but yeah, it was around the second. Well, okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Let's wait
He's
for the red line pick up in the pits, so
red line pickup. Okay.
not so sure what happened in the pits. Maybe we saw something with the traffic on this lap and
Possibly.
decided to pit the lap early, just like Dor did.
Yeah. Tough to tell. So I'll be Sebastian Job into that car, and I was about to say that the share car was continuing on, but no,
No.
they are continuing on.
Are they?
Yeah.
So they are much longer on fuel then. Probably took another full tank.
Yeah, I think so.
Full tank and the tires. Wow.
they have confidence. Unless they know something like in terms of like track temp and stuff like that, where. But yeah, no, it's
it is
chilly,
something
22.
7 p.m. in game, so.
But logically, you would save that double on the tires on a full tank, maybe for later in the race, where the tire's not going to burn out quite as quick.
Not even sure it's faster to be on fresh tires, to be fair. Because by the time you hit them up, you've lost 6-7 seconds.
Yeah. Let's see. So yeah, that Team Jarshall Dory sports car hasn't. Yeah, like they're sort of nowhere. Like they haven't stopped the second time, and they're 25 seconds off of that shower car.
Yeah. When you look at the lap times from the start of the stint, 8227, 8230, the first 2 time lap. You compare it to Red Line. Out of the pits, straight away was in 58.
Yeah.
So it's 4 seconds a lap. Pretty much no traffic on these laps either, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have we run into issues? So we're only Yeah, I know that we're waiting for.
For?
Oh no,
GT3?
no. Oh no, for Porsche Cup. Sorry, no. A lot of cars haven't actually made their second stop. That's okay.
Yeah, most cars are still have to pit, yeah. And our Android's flying right now. It's already got the 2 guys there.
Yeah, that was
back.
That was a 2.5 second gap, and he is straight on it.
We're not even halfway through the lap, and he's on them.
Yeah. He'll want to make quick work here, actually, of both cars.
Maybe we can work together with Jimmy, same team.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
We can just make it easy for each other.
Yeah. Norman in chat asking, what might a motion solution need to provide that would convince you to consider implementing it into rig design? Be significantly cheaper and have basically no latency. That's sort of like the big.
It's the main inconvenience right now.
Yeah.
Massive delay you have.
Yeah, for us, what we care about most is what's going to give us raw lap time, and the motion doesn't. It hurts us in terms of lap time still, rather than gives us anything.
The only fun I've had on a motion ring was doing a rallycross at the CMX Cup.
Yeah.
The only time I had fun. The rest was just way too much.
So I was lucky enough to try the rigs down in Base Performance near Brackley. No, they're not commercially available rigs. They're
the same price.
Very bespoke products. As Stan said, Base Performance was fun. Definitely was a lot of fun, and you could tell that the motion was. It certainly wasn't going to hurt you as much as anything else that I've tried. But I still don't think it was quicker than if I, had no motion at all. So if we can find a way where motion is going to actually give us lap time rather than take away, then we'd probably go with it. But again, it's sort of a cost thing.
As of now, it's just time wasted.
Yeah, for us, it doesn't. It's not a particularly important use case. As much as we would love it to completely replicate real racing, if we can, not necessarily cut corners, but if we can take away some of the stuff that we don't absolutely need and just focus on what's going to make us go fast, then that's what we're going to do. So that's why we don't really do VR that much either. The resolution isn't quite there. Again, the refresh rate isn't quite there, so it's not quite on the same level as monitors. Don't get me wrong, it's a really immersive experience, but it's quite difficult to have a headset on for 2-3 hours at a time. It gets quite sweaty, under it, especially on a hot day as well. It would be just a nightmare to have to put up with that for an extended period of time. So we all still run monitors. I don't get me wrong, there are people who have done well with VR headsets in the past. Ollie Pakla, I think, finished top 3, top 4 in the World Championship Grand Prix series quite some time ago now, and he was running a VR headset, so you can still do it. But the monitors are still going to be a better solution unless you're really tight on space. As Alejandro there makes his way past the Pro Sports Sim Racing car up into, well, it's currently 11th, but everyone else in SB9 has pitted.
I think it's going to be P5, P6 on track once everybody comes out of the pits.
Yeah. Well, actually, the base competition car, Nomikosh, has actually kept going somehow through into lap 15.
It just spit it out.
Sorry?
It just spit it out.
Oh, it just put it out. Sorry, I misread.
Everybody was in the
it was still going. I just assumed that Verstappen was a bit
just
late.
spit it out. He is 15 seconds into the road.
Fair. That's my bad. Got that one wrong.
But through on Jamie as well with the MSI car, so up to what is P5? Yeah, P5. Yep. P5, Kallian, Sened,
6 seconds off the lead.
Kyrgyz.
Yep. So yeah, 4 seconds off of
P3.
Podium
4 seconds
place.
off of another penalty.
Yep. 4 seconds off another penalty. That's a good way of putting it. But yeah, it's just like any podium result in this series. If you got a time penalty, like it's pretty good going. You're not going to complain too much about it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Oh,
You can finish the podium every single race.
Yeah, I mean that car might still win the race despite a 30-second hold, which is ridiculous.
By the looks of it, yeah, it should. Got an hour and a half to catch 15 seconds. Still
but
the
it
top driver is
depends.
the BS car.
Yeah, and also it depends on like, how quick Fennec is.
Oh.
So
quick.
time will tell. Still got an hour and 35 minutes to go here. Long way to go.
Instead of an hour and a half, and next master traffic should be a little bit more fun. Because we should have multiple classes at the same time now. GT4s and TCRs, I think.
Okay, that'll be fun.
Just got
Lee,
together on
if
track.
we can pull up the track now, just so we can have a visual of how that's gonna look.
Quite sure with pit stops, but I think we're just about to be all together on track at the same time.
Okay, yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Yeah, we'll see how the pit stop cycle, but yeah, we see the TCRs up ahead there, so that's Nobi Kish sort of beginning to catch the first really of those that are sort of in that sort of contention, fight for the win, however you want to put it. Some GR86s as well, so should get quite fun in a little bit.
It's a little of a shame there is only 5 GR86.
Is it?
Oh, you gotta make it fun to watch.
Okay, yeah. If we want to make it fun to watch, then yeah, we'll just we'll dot some mobile chicanes into the race.
Hey.
Just like that, and that's no disrespect to them as drivers by any means. It's just the car, the class is just so much slower than the SB9s. It's crazy.
So slow.
How much slower is it overlap?
Almost a minute.
A minute and 40. A minute and 35.
35, yeah. Still faster than the MX-5.
It is. Oh gosh, I remember that.
The MX-5 was in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Around the lap.
That's slow.
It is slow.
That is not a rate of knots by any means.
It gives
Just
you an
while
idea of how scary it is when you overtake the digital again in real life.
Yeah. Pretty hectic. I forgot to mention, once we had with this car overtaking Jimmy in the UL car, the oldest man to 10k iRacing.
It is.
He just nipped. Well, he just hit 10k during the week there, which is pretty cool.
Our little dinosaur.
I don't know if he is the oldest, but he gets ragged in the team anyway a little bit for being sort of the old guy, the grandpa of the team. I don't even think he actually is that old, but you got him.
He's in his 30s.
Yeah, he's in his 30s, so he's
He's getting it.
he's older than me, and you guys make fun of me for being old. So you know what that says of him, I don't know, but yeah, he's done a fantastic job of just grinding away at the
He
iRacing.
grinded this week. Wow.
Yeah. Was it
Not
20
many.
straight wins at Suzuka this
20
week?
straight wins at Suzuka.
Yeah.
To get 10k.
Which is maybe why I was a little slow getting up to speed here, because yeah, he grinded very hard to get there.
You gain 400 iRacing in a week. At almost 10k, that's crazy gains.
Yeah, it's not easy to accumulate the iRacing whenever you get to that sort of level. Norman, just getting there in the chat, purchased a Quest VR headset. No, we're not saying sell it by any means. It's for something like that, if the immersion is a bigger factor for you and it's something that's like you're going to enjoy out of it, so in your case for sim racing and for flight sim, yeah, probably really good. So Alejandro's running wide there into the carousel. That's such a painful thing as well, because you lose way more time than what you actually think. It feels like a long time, and it truthfully is, but thankfully you still got ahead of that GR86 on the way through there. But sorry, back to your point on the headset. I've not tried the Quest 3. I've heard that it's quite good. Yeah, for like the esports end of things, there's not so many VR headsets. It's just not something that adds to our performance. Is it a great thing in terms of enjoyment and immersion and just sim racing and flight sim? Absolutely. I'm not going to say it's not. But if you're looking to squeeze like the last 10th or 2 of a second out of your performance, it's not something that I'm going to like recommend, if that makes sense. Alejandro looking at the monitor so menacing, surprised the monitor isn't melting. I think we all have our own little way of doing things in terms of like being really focused, or at least looking like we're, ready to, murder the monitor sort of a thing. It's pretty intense, and the North side requires like all of your concentration. You only really get a breather on the run up towards Mud Curve, out of Bergport, and then down the Dalton Home, which is like that's it. For the rest of it, you are turning pretty much the entire time. Johan has a better knack though for this circuit than I do. I've never been particularly strong around here. All right, we see Michael is going to wheel the chair around, and I'll shimmy across a little bit. Welcome on in. Get your headset on, and we'll try and adjust volume and get this all spot on. We got Johan in the booth with us as well, so a 3-man in the booth.
Hello.
You good? Settled? All right.
Yeah, whoever had this last has a really big head.
Was it you?
It was down on my neck.
Fair. So I'll, just shimmying across there. We've got both of us in shot. Look at, you're now me as well.
Yep.
Got mine. I don't think we can quite squeeze your name into under where you're sat, but yeah, welcome on in. How was the start of that? I mean, good qualifying lap. You got straight up into pole position and then held on pretty much the entire first stint. Talk us through, like, was there much in the way of like fuel strategy, or like it seemed like a tight bunch where nobody was really moving a massive amount. You had Tim coming up through, so yeah, talk us through that first stint.
Yeah, so obviously big draft train. Essentially, if you're within 0.8 on the back straight, you can close all the way up to him.
Yep.
So, I mean, there's very minimal odds of actually pulling away outside of the occasional traffic. And honestly, this traffic cycle, I've never seen anything like it. It's very sparse, but like at the worst times.
Yeah.
But it was the worst times when I was by myself and not with everybody else.
Yeah.
So round 1 and round 2, I got extremely lucky with just getting through the right point, and I broke a gap, which helped a lot.
Yeah.
So this was definitely a different mentality going forward. And then when Tim drove up through, I was confused, and so was Luca, because we're like, I mean, he's either killing his tires, but like we didn't know what was going on, and then he boxed 2 or 3 laps early.
Yeah.
So we think that whatever strategy they're on, they wanted to move up, because obviously he didn't set a lap time in qualifying.
Yeah. Started at the back and then just drove clean
exactly.
through.
So their strategy makes sense. Now, we don't know where they're going to come out in relation to us.
Yep.
He's still looking quite fast. And last I checked for the previous stint, He took tires and was like full fuel. So we're gonna do one more stop. It's only gonna be 7 laps though instead of 8.
Yep.
And that brings us to the end. We see Redline and one of the, I think it's Share Esports 2.
Yep.
They both went for a 5-lap second stint, which makes it 7 this stint and 7 the next stint.
Okay.
So we'll see whether that's optimal or if we think that going 8 is better, especially for the final round because it is 3.5 hours again.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of strategy stuff to kind of analyze and look for. Realistically, because we had the 20-second success penalty at the start, we're looking at a P3 realistically, I think.
Okay.
I mean, that's the ultimate goal because there's no way unless there is some sort of incident that we're going to catch Redline or the other Sharer car.
Yeah.
I think.
So that number 1 share car, the 105 car.
Yeah.
So it's just pitting now. Yeah.
So those guys are basically gone. And obviously the pit is done in such a way where we have 2 30-second minimum stops.
Yeah.
So we're essentially doing those at the end. And to be honest with you, I definitely think that we learned a bit from this because we came out in a very, very bad traffic pattern for the 4-lap stint that I did.
Gotcha.
So potentially that is due to the success penalty because Redline and Sharer both took more fuel but didn't end up in where we ended up.
Yeah. So it was traffic really that sort of.
Yeah. It was not a
Killed you a
clean
little bit.
second stint at all.
Gotcha.
Every lap was a 1.5 to 3 seconds basically of time lost. I
Gotcha.
got 1 clean lap in, and even that had traffic. So, yeah, not the best. Is what it is. But yeah, looking at a P3 hopefully. I mean, it's difficult to manage the tires for 2 stints like Luke is gonna do. He had better tires than me a bit. And then, yeah, my stint, the first one was really good on tires. I saved them a lot, and I think that's partly due to the draft. And then in that second stint, I pushed 1 lap and then nearly stacked it in the wall because the tire exploded.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when I left Luke, it was just like, oh, bad, because he knows he's pushing a bit too hard. So, I mean, we're going to definitely kind of hope for the best here because just barely last time I hung on. So, yeah.
All right. Well, we are side by side now with a car that hasn't come in for its second stop, the Halder Motorsport car.
Okay.
So hopefully we can dispatch of him fairly quickly.
I would hope so, yeah. I think the problem here is he's on his last lap before he pits, and Luke is on, I don't know, 5, 6 to go.
Yeah.
So when you're talking Nürburgring, that's like 70 liters to 16, so it does actually add a lot. Yeah, Marcus, nothing like incident-wise has happened to the Porsche Cup. It's every time you finish on a podium in any class. Oh, that was tight though for the overtake for sure. Anytime you finish on a podium, if you win, you get 30 seconds. If you get second, you get 20, and then if you get third, you get 10. So in terms of where we finished so far, we've got 2 second places, and that pretty much takes us out of contention for the win. Where we're looking at this round, if we do get third, we're looking at a potential win because it's only 10 seconds. If we end up getting fourth, it's basically a guaranteed win because we will have that free time basically on that first stop.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's very useful to win. It's 11 points for second and then 15 for the overall win. So,
does it not work better to try and finish fourth where you can, so it gives you a better shot of winning, then win, and then just take the 32nd and hopefully get back to like fourth or something?
It could. The problem is from third to fourth, it drops like 4 points, and the points are really tight. So
It's been smart with the point system, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can't game it, because that's immediately what I would think. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I would like, if I was sat third in a race, I'd be like, nah, I'm just going to sandbag to fourth and then I'll have a 10-second penalty.
Yeah, I mean, we've thought about it. Realistically, for us, finishing second and then third in this situation gives us a really good shot for the next round.
Gotcha.
Because if we continue to finish second, then that's champ done, but we got lucky last round to finish second. So
Makes sense.
I mean, anything can happen, though. We will have another traffic cycle coming up here eventually, and yeah, I mean, we're looking at the full stint and then 7 laps here to bring us to the end of the 27 laps. So, looking good. I'm kind of fingers crossed, hoping that Luca can do what he can here because he's really rapid here. It's actually insane. Like, I put in so many hours for this race, and he just shows up and he's like, "Oh yeah, the lap was mid or whatever," and then he's just as quick or if not quicker than me.
Yeah.
Typical.
He's insane. He's absolutely incredible.
So yeah, it's nice to have him as a practice partner, especially for this. I think with the other commitments that like Quinton has, for example, it's a bit difficult for him to actually put in the prep. And I mean, that's not really fault of his own. I would, if I was tried in real life as well, I'd kind of focus on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think with Luca, it's quite nice. I think we'll probably finish out the season. And yeah, I mean, he's like, it's incredible how close he can follow around this track.
How many rounds
I
left after
struggle.
this? It's another 2, right?
2 rounds, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I struggle to stay within like 0.3, 0.4. This guy's pushing me through corners. And I'm like, I think I'm slow, and then I get into the race, and I realize that he's just on another level with that. But, I mean, you can see the frustration from him there. Like, we're definitely getting held up a bit, I think.
Yeah.
And it's just, you can't overtake a car that's on 16 liters when you're on 70. It just,
Yeah.
it's
yeah,
so impossible.
You're never going to get the run.
Even if your pace is better.
Yeah. Just looking on screen here of Alejandro overtaking Pau Skirgers for 4th in SP9. Straightforward enough. Got enough grunt in.
Loads in T1 here. Bash was deep.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, we're up into 4th. Probably, realistically, 3rd is the best that the MSI car can achieve.
We're gonna get out of it, I think.
Yeah, if we're gonna hunt down the Williams 5 car of Janssen, that also had a penalty to serve in this race, so we're trying to sort of work back towards it again. But the gap's 3 seconds, so yeah, Verstappen in that Ferrari has just been ridiculous. Like the car's ridiculous, and it's just
and he's in the car, so
so
of course,
can't really fight with that. And then the number 9 BS Plus competition car, I don't believe had any sort of penalty, if I remember that correctly. So, question actually, I don't know whether you know it or well, Johansson's session as well, but who's the second driver to jump into that car?
In the BS competition car?
Yeah.
It is Lucas Hellman.
Okay. Interesting. Don't know too much about his skill level.
He's okay around here.
He's okay? Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's why this championship's cool, actually, because you don't know. Like,
yeah, you just don't know, and then someone rocks up.
SP9,
Yeah, the rock up is just really good.
Yeah, of course.
They grind the track like crazy.
Yeah, thanks though, Luca. I appreciate it. It was definitely an interesting stint. I mean, we haven't had one this season that's been, I think, as glued together as that pack was. And I don't know what it is, but like I'm convinced with Luca that the draft is just way stronger than it was.
Yeah.
Like I know it was strong before, but man, oh man, when this guy's coming up on like you with like Mach 7 speed, and you're like, how did like I pulled out of draft trying to like stop my transition forward from what was it? Yarshall.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, your Yarshall.
I gained more time by going into clean air than I did staying behind him. I watched the KPH. I went out of the draft, and because of the side draft, I went up 3 KPH.
Whenever you were leading, coming down the Dotner, and you were trying to like box Pinto in, I'm pretty sure, on one of the laps, and he was just zooming around the outside and nearly got you as well. It was crazy.
It's incredible. Like, honestly, I don't remember it being this strong. I don't know if it's.
I think the wake's like really wide, but I'm not sure.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's a weird one.
Something's off. Yeah, I agree though as well. Like the whole aspect of what Door's doing here, I don't know where they're going to end up. I think that's the interesting part, right? Because you do lose a bit for sure. With
we thought that they were really struggling. That they had lost like loads of time, but it doesn't appear that way.
No, he was really fast. Like especially when I boxed, he was definitely like pushing the pace on.
At the start of his stint, he was so compared to you. But
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know what's gonna happen with the pit delta. I've never seen anything like this where you short fuel the first stint, then go long. So he's got one of his minimum times done. So realistically, I think he's gonna go for a full stint after this, and then a half stint at the end, or like 2-3 laps.
Well, he's on a second stop and he's leading the race, so he's not in terrible shape.
No.
okay.
Yeah, remains to be seen how the
He's
shot
just-
will.
This lap was 3 seconds faster than red line as well. So
Yeah, I mean he's actually just rapid, man. Like
Yeah, it's just, yeah,
whatever
it's
they're on, I think as well he's. I mean, we haven't actually seen what he can do. I think because round 1 and 2, he's either got crashed or had a penalty. So
Yeah.
this is his first round where he's really there. All right, so it looks like we've dispatched the other Porsche Cup, the Halder car.
Holder have pitted.
Okay, so they pit, so that gives Luca the clean air gap that we want.
Traffic.
Traffic.
Straight into traffic.
Straight in traffic. GT4s aren't too bad. I think the more difficult one actually is TCR because they can just outbrake you.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
they've
crazy on the brakes.
they've got to compromise. Like every time I overtake them, I gently ease on the brakes to like let them know that I'm not gonna stop where they stop
Yeah.
to kind of prevent any sort of mishaps.
Whereas the GT4s just don't actually have brakes.
Yeah, so like you can pass a GT4 no problem.
Yeah, yeah.
And you know that brings up the other interesting fact, like we never get GT3 traffic. So at no time are we ever not the quickest class, basically. I mean,
Yeah.
most circumstantial, obviously, but it's
In a 24-hour race, yeah,
Sure.
you'll
You get
come
like
against each other like
all
once or
times
twice. So.
maybe.
I think it's 4 or 5. Yeah.
Oh, is it for? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Because
all
one of
times.
the
okay,
one of the
yeah,
pit
yeah,
stops
Takes
offsets.
6 takes just about 6
Yeah.
hours for you to get good.
Gotcha.
So yeah, doors out front right now. Well, they've got a 4-second lead over red line here, I think.
Yeah, 3.5.
And-
Yeah, last that was
They must have boxed.
nearly 3 seconds quicker.
So they're on low fuel then. So I think next lap or the one after, they'll pit, and then we'll actually see where we are in comparison to them.
Yeah.
Now, the one thing we will have to watch out for, I think, is the pace drops off a cliff with the end of the double stint.
Yeah.
So
The track time's coming down, so that's
it
hopefully
will
gonna work
help
in your favor.
for sure, yeah. But I would be very curious to see what kind of speed Door actually has with that, because
Yeah.
I mean, yes, we're doing the same with double strat on just a double stint, but it's the uncertainty. You don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know who's figured something out, or if everyone's not figured it out and they're just guessing. So.
Yeah.
All right, well, I think with that, though, I'm going to have to retire back down to the rig to make sure Lucas not
Oh.
going insane.
Yeah. Make sure he's having a good time.
Yeah, but I had fun. This is cool. I like doing this.
Yeah. And we like having you up here because I get to take a breather from chatting, and you just go off.
Yeah.
You go deep with it.
Oh,
We
that's good.
love it.
That's good.
Thanks for jumping by, Michael. And
All right, cool.
yeah, best of luck to both you guys for the rest of the race.
Yep, hopefully. All right, thanks, guys.
Oh, he's a total pro as well. He's even figured out the mute button as well, what to do. What an absolute professional. He's got it figured out. What is that noise outside? Someone whipping at large outside. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's loud. I don't know if that came through in the microphone, but I definitely heard it over
didn't.
like everything in my ear.
Oh.
That's nuts. Cool. All right, I will shimmy back across. I'll move that chair kind of out of shot. I've done it. Yes. All right, back into my pew. There we go. It's my table now. Cool. All right. So, yeah. Yeah, great to have Michael's insight there because we weren't sure in terms of fuel and traffic and everything like
You got
how, like
that thing, yeah.
yeah, so yeah, it just sort of come out in a bad spot, and you know, if it was one different lap of fuel, like that would completely change how. Oh, jeez! Oh,
In the grass, let's go.
here we go. These guys aren't going to back out, are they? No, he's got it. Yes. So he,
It did.
that's. I think maybe what. Wow. Okay. I was about to say. I was about to say, you know, Carl sort of let that go.
No, he did not.
He's not letting it go now. Given how quick Alejandro had caught, I'm just going to try this around the outside, is he? No, cut back, and then cut under again. Oh, it's really aggressive over the inside, but
Could be
no,
close to
doesn't
still
get the
now.
drive off. Probably really close, actually, yeah. Don't tip him right.
Quite sure where he's fighting.
Carl's going
so
to
hard.
cover inside. Yeah. Well, it's 5 for position.
Yeah, but he's got 2 cars behind him that are sort of on pace, if not quicker.
Yeah.
And they're only
Alejandro
4 seconds back.
last lap was
50-55.
yeah, half a second
That's
quicker than
his contract.
Verstappen.
Yeah.
But also like had the
Yeah,
run on there as well. Yeah, that's 400s off of the fastest lap of the race. So yeah, he's totally on it. Oh, just a shame about the little tank slapper sort of out of the final corner. Did he hit the wall? I didn't quite catch it from our.
It got close, but
It got close.
No.
If you're saying it got
the
close, then it got close. No hanging about there. So, fortunately, couldn't hold on to that. But this realistically is sort of battle for position, and we don't have anything else up the road where we're realistically going to get to.
Okay.
Yeah. So, see how that how this shakes out. Yeah, Lee's just going to try and pull up. And yeah, we're going to do this a little bit in the casual side of things, not super professional broadcasting. We're just going to try and get the shot and see what happened here. So just just fine through there and then through. So he got loose as he'd come through the right and then just had to back out of the throttle through the left. He couldn't keep it pinned, and that's why he sort of lost the run there. Just fractionally overcommitted. Not by much.
Late on the brakes, but
yeah, just a little late in the brakes.
Yeah, to clear. Carl on the brakes.
Yeah, yeah. So it'll be sort of just right in line, probably.
Yeah, just wait for the next lap.
For, yeah.
Be good, so.
Yeah. So yeah, a patient waiting game again. We've dropped the Quad Esports by Manthey car with Pash Gurkus in it by 4 seconds as well, despite this squabbling. So yeah. Really
the thing to rebel behind.
Yeah,
just whether we're going to be able to get the P3 or not.
Sure.
Should.
Should. Given how quickly you caught Carl as well, it should be doable.
It's just a matter of when now.
Yep. So, an opportunity as well just to chill as well here, save some fuel, save the tire a little bit, not stress too much. You know, even if the second driver for BS Plus it isn't, you know, totally up to it's 25 seconds.
You're not getting 25 seconds in.
Yeah,
just about
it's a long way to go. So maybe that like lead battle will be close at the end. Who knows?
Not even gonna be a full stint. It's I might shit. It's 7 laps, so.
That should be enough for fair share then, right? That should be okay. Yeah, it will be okay. Yeah. So, yeah, plenty to wait and see in terms of that unfolding for the second car. I assume still without penalty up to P10. Still chugging away nicely. And then Luca is in clean air, starting to work towards
7.
Yeah, it was actually 4 seconds quicker than the Scherer car ahead.
Yeah, quickest contract last lap, so.
So he's got settled in quite nicely.
Bear in mind there's a bit of traffic, so.
Yeah. You sort of held up.
Doesn't really tell the whole story, but.
Yeah, yeah, like I'm sure everyone's sort of getting held up a little bit. Actually, well, yeah, Jarsel there on a 57. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at best rather than last. My bad. I'm not observant. Yes, no, you're right. Fastest lap, last time by in class for Luca. So that's good stuff.
It is.
Yeah. don't know really how to elaborate further than that, but yeah, good stuff.
I mean, you're the quickest guy.
Yeah. If you're the quickest guy on track, then you're doing a good job.
I hope so.
Yeah. It'll be really interesting to see how the last pit stop sort of shakes everything out in
what everything Michael explained, yeah. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, because we sort of thought that like the race had sort of fallen apart a little bit and the wheels had come off the wagon slightly, but no, it was sort of between traffic and differing fuel strategy. Yeah, Yeah, Alejandro's still tucked up behind Carl Janssen in the number 5 Williams Esports car. Sorry, the AMG Team Williams 5 car. Williams Esports. We'll be a little bit more casual with the naming here on that car. Alejandro's still very much tucked up behind, waiting for the right opportunity to...
He's waiting for the second chance down the straight.
Yeah.
The only place where you can overtake, really. Maybe on the run up to the carousel, but that's just about your only opportunity.
Associated with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can get the move done at the end of the lap and then consolidate through the first sector, and sort of put a little bit of distance behind you. Then that's probably the better approach. Yeah. I suspect Alejandro is getting held up because he rapidly gapped Gerges in the Porsche, and now that gap is completely stabilized in this last lap. He's not really going anywhere. So, and Pasha's previous lap was a 57.3 versus a 53.5 from Alejandro. So, I suspect we're getting held up a decent chunk here. Train up maybe 2.5, 3 seconds in and around that ballpark. So hopefully move gets done this time, nice and clean. Got the camera in the sim room over Alejandro's right shoulder, with the MSI monitors. The peripherals there as well are MSI as well. And yeah, I think we should probably sit on this and watch how this all unfolds. So big slipstream run down the Doutner Hoe. He'll pick a side. Janssen will cover left, and to the right then we go. Get as much side draft as possible and then duck out to minimize side draft the other way. So you'll have just the nose in front coming down into Tiergarten. Janssen's fighting us back, side by side. Oh, it's still tight. But can he cover it off this time?
Yeah.
It looks a little bit better. He's going to still have to defend into the first corner here.
Yeah.
Is he? Is he going to? Yeah, he has to. Surely he must. Not going to.
Oh.
Yeah, Janssen's going for it. Surprised.
Oh. And we should have it.
But then has the upper hand
side
through turns 2 and 3. It's so risky. Oh, it's still side by side here. This is a good little scrap. Just throw it nice and deep into 3.
Make sure you don't get glued and turned around.
Make sure you don't get glued.
God. Well,
yeah, we'll hold it out really, really wide.
It's gonna be a slowdown, I think. Or maybe not.
Maybe not. Still side by side. I'm really surprised he didn't cover off in T1. But actually might get it done here.
No, glue again.
No,
he's gonna get there at some point.
Yeah. Still side by side. Battle for third. Still okay.
We have it.
Should finally. Oh wait. Well, it's still not done yet.
Yet.
Will Janssen throw? No, he won't. I mean, it's crazy to try and throw it in there.
I don't know. It should be gone.
Probably should be okay now. But
previous lap was near 3 seconds slower.
Yep. Yeah,
it's definitely getting held up.
So that's him now into the part of the lap where the slipstream isn't so effective. It's not long straights and no cornering. Like there's room to put dirty air onto the nose of that Williams AMG. And that scrapping also probably costs about 1.5 to 2 seconds to the commanding car behind. So not ideal, not optimal, but yeah, we're into probably the best position that we could realistically expect from this race, which is third. And hopefully from here we can consolidate it. I'll just take a look, just in case there's anything else just from like race control or anything like that. Is anything worth mentioning?
So far, nothing.
Oh, wait. Am I looking at the right thing here? No, I'm not looking at the right thing. I was looking at round 1 for the
Oh.
penalties. Because I seen a drive-through for the 49 car. What?
No.
For a jump start? What? But no, that was from
It's round 1.
race
Yeah.
1. Right, let me see if I can actually find that. Sorry, I've just gone quiet for a second. Don't mind me. Live race controls where I want to be, I guess. Yeah, that's the one.
From the penalties in game, don't think there is much happening. There's not been a single penalty for here in the fun hour.
Yeah. The 48 car, I believe, actually has served its stop and hold.
Has it?
According to the sheet, it has, so yeah, we'll take that.
Oh. Maybe.
Okay, so we might have a little bit of activity here with the 48 car up, looking towards P9 because the Esports
no.
competition
Shift
are
is failure.
up the road. Oh,
His shift
And,
was
it
failed.
should
He
be-
was stuck in second for a while.
okay. Good shot. See, with you being in the session, just to take a quick look and double check that is very, very helpful for me.
Oh, he's able to shift up now, but
Okay, so one of those little glitches that
he's
happens.
stuck in second for a while.
So I'm just scrolling through the penalty sheet just to see if there's anything to consider. A lot of protests coming in and a lot gone, no further action. Bit of unsurprisingly.
Lots of
Yeah.
petty protests.
Yeah. In all sorts of directions, but yeah, that's pretty standard.
Looks like a fairly clean race, to be fair. Only
Yeah.
2 retirements so far, so.
Yeah, it's
For
been
56
pretty.
cars good. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
The start
Yeah.
in SP9 was interesting,
Yeah.
but apart from that, it's fairly clean so far.
It has been. Yeah, just a little bit of activity at the start, but generally been pretty straightforward since then. Norman again with the question then on VR headsets. Might purchase the Apple Vision. Good point. You order it with shipping address to Corby, will test and let you know. Yeah, we've not tried the Apple Vision Pro, and at that price point, again, it's like quite expensive. 4K at 120 hertz per eye, will that be sufficient? Yeah, it probably would be, but again, it's like the effort of having something like that,
Yeah.
like wearing that for 4, 5, 6 hours a day is quite a
when
lot.
I see how sweaty you get at the end of a stint. No.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, no thanks. Yeah, the sweat going into my eyes is not something I would enjoy. I've sort of struggled a little bit with VR headsets because like I can't really wear glasses with a headset on.
It makes me sick.
It's quite uncomfortable, and I am like I struggle with contact lenses as well because I can't get one of them out of my left eye because my left eye is my like significantly weaker eye. Like it just dries up like crazy, which isn't good. And then my eyesight's not good enough, no matter what way I sort of like tune it in, if I have my glasses off. So like it's always going to look a little funky. Would I be open to like trying something like that again? Yeah, absolutely. Like I'm all for trying to find whatever edge is there, but it's, I mean, as Lee's just actually made a good point in here. It'd be awesome, yeah, to try it in WRC. Well, the problem is WRC doesn't have native VR support
No. Oh.
because Unreal. Well, it's built on
Yeah,
Unreal
Unreal
Engine.
too.
So yeah, it really struggles with that. You can fudge it a little bit, but it is doable, but it's not ideal. I've seen some guys give it a go. it's don't get me wrong, I would like to try it, but it would probably be really, really scary. Yeah, like I'll be able to see a little bit further down the cliff that I'm trying to avoid firing the car off of. So yeah, I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but yeah, I'm definitely open to trying something slightly new with that. Like if it's the right thing, and again at the right price point. Now $3,500 for the thing that I look at is steep. If it's something that would like make me faster, and I know it would make me faster, then I would probably be all for it. But I feel like there's like a massive law of diminishing returns when it comes to, you know, like if you can get something that's like marginally better with the VR headset at that kind of price point versus a standard monitor that, well, I must say standard, but like a top end monitor that we have that runs to at least 144 hertz refresh rate and very little response time, so you know 1.5 millisecond response time at 1080p or 1440p. Like that's already pretty good, like pretty much good enough. At points we have downscaled 1440p monitors down to 1080 for performance reasons. So again, can we run a headset at 120 hertz with as many bells and whistles as possible without losing any performance from the PC? Again, like that's a question that still needs answered. So it's not something that we would completely dismiss, but it's something that would need tested to see whether it's actually going to be advantageous to us. That was quite the waffle, but there you go. I just kept talking there. Just didn't want to stop.
I mean, not really.
I've just spotted out of the corner of my eye one Elias Seppinen. He's come up.
Have you?
We'll bring him in. We'll bring him in. Grab a chair and I'll shimmy across. And we'll get you sat down. There's a headset there. Have you been up here yet?
YouTube.
Okay. Get that on. Just get that comfortable first of all. All right. We can mic check you now. You good?
It's good.
All good. I assume that Elias is going to be a little quieter than Michael. We're comparing.
Everybody is quieter than Michael.
we're comparing a Finn to an American, so the volume levels are gonna need to change here. What have you got for me, Elias?
Yeah, it was not too bad stint for me. We had obviously the 20-second success penalty from the last round, so yeah, but it was alright. No incidents, nothing.
Yeah.
The Ferrari is pretty fast, so it's just basically race against the other Mercedes here.
Yeah.
But yeah, not too bad.
Not too bad. Yeah. Yeah, we've seen how quick that the Ferrari was, especially in the straight line
That
there.
one time
on the
where
dot
it went past the Lambo and the Porsche at the same time.
Yeah,
and then you got sort of trapped behind it.
Yeah, and as well when he passed Corby in the first lap. Normally, if you just hold the inside there, the car behind can't overtake, like we saw with Alejandro a few times. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's just really fast in the straight, so nothing we can do about it. But yeah, we still get a good. As long as we can bring it home, we get a P3, which is really good with the 20 seconds we had. The BS car is as well really fast with Norby in it, so
Yeah. And even if their second driver isn't quite as strong, like it's 28 seconds, like that's a long way up the road. Yeah, you're not catching that unless they have like major issues.
Exactly. So I guess.
That being said, it depends, I guess, on how quick Max Bennig is whenever he jumps in. Now, we've not really seen an awful lot of him in the last 4 years in sim racing, so whether he's actually truly up to speed or not, but that car, as it stands right now, is catching, so maybe they come to blows towards the end of the race.
Yeah, exactly. Will be interesting to see. Obviously, he was a really good driver a few years ago, but I think he had some health issues, so
Yeah.
hard to judge where he will be at the end. As well, I don't know so much about the teammate of Norby either,
Okay.
because basically the first 2 races, Norby has done most of the driving.
Yep.
So it's hard to judge that either, but I don't think that it will be catchable to pass the BS car either.
Yeah, it looks a challenge. Had quite the scrap there with Carl in the Williams car, but thankfully we've got ahead and so far stayed ahead. But not being able to drop him yet. So we call it very, very quickly. But yeah, Carl's just about hanging on here. We'll see as we come to the end of the lap here. This section of lap just after the carousel is where you can actually like really put some distance between you and a car behind.
Well, we almost had dropped him, but traffic brought them back together. So.
Okay, yeah. I've been trying to pay attention to as much as I can here, so I did kind of slightly miss that. Mark making a fun point in chat there as a
2019 Ferrari.
2019 spec Ferrari. He would say that, of course, as an employee of Mercedes. Yeah, Mercedes F1. Yeah, Luca is flying. Last lap
got
at a
6
7.
seconds on the last lap to the share a car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, the Dury Sports car has pitted and they've swapped drivers. So that's Jonas Vanner jumped into that. So it'll be interesting to see again whether he's up to the same sort of standard as Tim and how that all shakes out. So yeah, over the next lap or two with final pit stops and so on, it'll be really interesting to see how that shakes up. But whilst we've got you here, Elias, first time at Sim Center and getting used to new rig, new environment, getting all set up and ready to roll for this weekend. How's it all been?
Yeah, it's been really nice. It's weird as a real life driver. I'm used to travel to my races, but it's kind of weird to travel to a simulator race.
Yeah.
But it's been really cool. The facilities here are really nice with 14 simulators, I think. So,
yeah.
It's cool also as well to get to know all the people here, because everyone is always different online versus in real life. So
yeah.
It's good as well. Like for example, when we are practicing qualifying, so you can just go behind Alejandro's simulator and just see what he's doing.
Yeah.
Instead of just watching the replay on iRacing, because the replay isn't always 100% correct. So
yeah, and you sort of get a feel for like how aggressive someone's driving, like just in terms of their inputs and just how they operate. It's always just that little bit different. In terms of getting up to speed with the rig, because I know you've got something slightly different at home. How's that been for you?
I think it took like 1.5 days to get up to the rig, get used to the rig. It's luckily not too much different what I have at home, but still it's a different brand pedals and wheelbase as well, and the seating position is slightly different. I have a little bit of a mix between GT style and Formula style.
Yep.
So that as well, but it's been good. I really enjoyed it here. I think I'm maybe even slightly faster, to be honest, with the sims here.
I like the sound of that.
So
You'd be surprised. Like, quite a few people who have come here have said that. I think Stan, who's in chat as well.
He rocks up
Elias, what a dog, as he said there.
Yeah.
Every time he comes here, he goes like half a tenth to a tenth quicker compared to his home rig. It's mental. So we've got Alejandro into the pits for the final pit stop. So how's it looking in terms of like strategy and stuff? I know it's fairly static in that, where so you went with the 6 lap stint.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we did a 6 lap stint in the first stop.
Yeah.
And the other cars will do it on the last stop. So yeah, so we need to add basically 13 liters of extra fuel, which is I guess around 3 or 4 seconds. Roughly.
Yeah, in and around that.
Yeah.
If I remember, like the old refuel number that I had, it was like 2.85 liters a second. So 13, about 4 and a bit seconds. So
yeah. So
it's up to Alejandro to. It'll be tricky. Janssen should probably get back ahead on the overcut.
Yeah.
And then it's a straight run to the finish then from there.
Yeah, exactly. So will be for sure interesting battle. battle again. Just need to keep it clean because I'm sure Alejandro has the pace to overtake. So
Yeah. Oh, the speed at which he caught initially was incredible.
And
But,
2.5 seconds a lap. It was.
Yeah, it was 2.5 seconds a lap. I don't know how much of that was traffic, to be fair, but like he like set a lap that was almost on Verstappen's quickest lap of the race.
yeah,
On his way to like catching that car, and that car hasn't went as quick. Well, yeah, I'd say actually a new PB lap whilst in Alejandro's draft. So it's definitely pulling them along from the looks of it, but they've got their in lap now, so we'll see how that goes, whether they've got any traffic to deal with. I think Johan probably has better visibility of that than what I do.
I'll let you know in a second.
Thoughts? Yeah, he's looking into it.
Oh.
Yeah, just then as well on Porsche Cup, whilst he's looking into that. So Luca has, he's looking actually towards second now. That gap's come down to 3.1 seconds. Last lap he was 5.2 seconds quicker. That's
And this lap it's another 2-3 seconds, I think.
and now, yeah, he's he is on the chew, as we say around about here. What's that?
Boy is flying.
He is
I
flying.
think it's his
Yes.
lap.
Fair, but even still, that is pretty good going. What lap is he on? Come to end of 19 for him.
Yeah, it is 8th lap, I think.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Come to the end of 20. Sorry. Yes. So yeah, he'll be in this time, and then that Scherer car ahead is 3 laps longer. So okay, it'll be tricky to get back to them, but yeah, he's pulled a huge gap on everyone. So yeah, P3 is probably what's likely for the Cup guys. Seb is in for red line as well. So yeah, they're on.
I think good for Alejandro because he's gonna have to catch the. He's gonna be catching the Toyotas on this lap.
Ah, okay.
Oh.
That might be a challenge.
Yeah. Hopefully he's lucky enough with him.
Hopefully, as Luca
Doesn't
comes
look
into
like
pit.
it. I know.
Yeah. Down to the speed limit appropriately, and we'll get that pulled in and some more fuel on board.
it's a really strong field in the Porsche Cup. And
Yeah.
this season, I think, because they increased the prize pool, so a lot of people from PESC are
Yeah.
coming. Because always, I think in PESC the Nordschleife round is some where you can make up ground or as well lose ground quickly if you're not familiar with the track. So
Yeah, it was actually like Luca's big. Yeah, well, Johan pretty much always turned his season round at the Nordschleife. Luca as well, who's just joined the team like last season for him. The Nordschleife was the big turning point for him to build some momentum for the rest of the season and pip me to retaining the license, which I'm not better about at all. I don't think it was him that actually delivered the final blow. It was Gustavo Ariel by winning the final round at Monza that kind of finished it off.
It was.
Yeah, despite my best efforts from like 19th on the grid all the way back up to like 6th or 7th or whatever. It's the only good race I drove all the year, but yeah.
At least people won't have to worry about the Nordschleife for this season. Because it's
No, it's not on the calendar.
out of the series. So,
Yeah.
shame.
So, yeah, it is a shame.
It is what it is. Guess we'd
Yeah.
rather race at Daytona. Much more interesting track.
Well, for the spectator, yeah, I guess so.
yeah, for racing, I guess.
Even for a spectator, it's not more interesting. Like, the big
So you
race is
sort of
always
build
what-
up to the big crescendo at the end of the lap. It's like,
Yeah.
all right, everyone's piling and down the Dotner we go towards the end of the lap. and
Every
see
single year
what
you have
happens.
3, 4, 5 wide moments
Yeah,
into the last corner.
we'll see how it goes at Daytona. When's the first round of that? Was it 2 weeks
It is
from
next weekend.
now? Next weekend. Oh,
Yep.
shows how much attention I've been paying to when you guys are ready to rumble. I think that proves that I'm not involved in like the prep and practice for that either. If I was, then I would know the answer to that question. All right, so next weekend, yeah, it dovetails with this series, doesn't it? So we've got like DNLS and PESC, or like it's pretty close. I don't think they fall on the same day, do they?
I don't think it
Or
does.
do they? I think Lee's in my
Yeah,
ear saying
oh.
that there is one on the same day. Okay, well, it'll be a busy day for me.
It's not good.
Was,
Oh yeah.
chatting
Oh,
away
it's
for about 6 hours that day.
It's 2 rounds on the same day.
Oh,
The next 2 rounds are on
oh,
best
the
days.
next 2, right. Okay. Well, that blows my theory out the water then.
Good. Round 4
We've made
same
it look
day
quite
as Le
slow.
Mans. Round 4 is same day as Le Mans, and then the last round is the same day as the Watkins race.
Gotcha. Gotcha. All right. So with SP9, GT3, I try not to get too confused with the naming convention, but can you explain, Elias, why it's named SP9 for the GT3 class?
To be
And then
honest,
you've got SP10 kicking around somewhere, and yeah, it's all not very straightforward.
yeah, to be honest, I don't know the real answer for that. I guess probably because when the GT3 cars weren't a thing, they just, I guess, made that class to group up similar pace cars together. I would guess that is the answer, because obviously GT3 cars are around only since, I guess, 2010 or so, around that. So
Yeah. The
slightly earlier than that, but Nordschleife racing has been going since a while. So I would imagine that is the reason why the classes are called that.
Yeah. All right, pit stops for the remaining SP9 cars. So we'll stick with this. Oh, helpful slipstream off of the back of the Leopard Porsche there of Simon Shedlick.
Be useful to overtake him.
He'll pit, I think, at the end of this lap anyway. So I think we'll just take
Everybody
take the slipstream. Yeah, everyone has come in, and
So should
yeah, it should work out. Probably oh, just really close to the back, but he'll dive in. So probably it's still a net gain, even though we lost a little bit of time through the final corner there. So that's helpful enough. Interesting to see where Janssen and
no, it's just out of the pits, so
yeah, Janssen's just come out.
couple seconds back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which
Should be able to
makes
get it.
sense given the extra fuel we had to take on board, and having the extra fuel for that lap was, you know, getting sort of back up to speed again. So 2.5 seconds. Yeah, we'll definitely keep a close eye on that. And then the battle for the lead, 7.5 seconds between Herman and Rennig. Curious to see respective skill levels and how that all shakes out.
But actually, slightly opposite to real life, the tires get faster each lap on the Nordschleife, so it could be advantage for us to have the longer stint at the end.
Yeah.
As well, the track is getting cooler, so you get even less tire wear, so it could play out well for us.
And Alejandro's a wizard on tires anyway as well. Like he finds a way to like make it look like he's wrecking the tire and then just go quicker than you at the end of a stint.
Yeah.
It makes no sense, and it frustrates me deeply anytime I have to practice with him, as I'm sure you've found out this week.
Yeah. Now it's even more difficult for me as the slipstream has changed a bit. So before, even if you're missing 1.5 seconds, you could still always draft back up to them and stay with them. But now it's way more difficult to keep up if you're missing pace as well. I think even the dirty A is now increased. So
yeah, it's not quite so straightforward. Let's see. So I guess some of the Porsche Cups will soon pit now as well. Either this lap or the following one. We're just under 40 minutes. Yeah, just 38 minutes now left in the race. Not a long way to go. Yeah. Let's see this gap hopefully come down between Alejandro and Carl Janssen. Carl's a nice lad. Finally got to meet him when we were out in Jönköping for...
Never met him.
I don't... Oh, no, we'd... Sim Racing Expo, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely met him Sim Racing Expo. But yeah, got to see him out in Jönköping and, chatting with him. And yeah, nice fella. No real issues or beef with him. I know some people in sim racing don't really get on with each other, but like I get on with pretty much everyone. So I find a way to just park the whole like, you drive for a team that I compete against, so I don't like you kind of like I don't really care. I just get on with everyone.
I still like to call you the nicest man in sim racing.
Nah, I don't like it. I don't like that.
You don't like it?
No, I don't. It implies nothing about my driving.
It implies that you're nice when you fight people.
Well, I just race people how I want to race or want to be raced. Like I'll give space. If someone doesn't give me space and I have an opportunity to not give them space back, well then gloves go off and we get the items up and we start scrapping. But I don't start with the dirty move. I might finish it, but I won't start.
Nah.
I think that's what my mum used to say to me. Like, if you ever get into a fight in school, never start it, but always finish it. I'm like, all right, yeah, got it in the bag, man. Got it nailed. All right, back with the Porsche Cup. So we're on the heavy fuel, and the Kramer car, I guess, is on light fuel if it's just breezed by like that. Luca, not saying or looking like that's bothered him too much.
Yeah, he is on lighter fuel.
Yeah.
Coming up to.
See how I knew that? I'm learning as I go here. I'll have this series somewhat figured out by about the 3 hour 28 minute mark.
You should get there.
Yeah. I'll have this all figured out. How's it been with lap traffic? Because the classes allow us to have there's a huge speed difference between you guys in SP9 and then we've got the lowly GR86 bringing up the rear.
Yeah, the GT4s and TCRs are not too bad because they're still, let's say, more proper race cars. But the Toyotas are, you need to be really careful with them because sometimes the speed differences are so massive. Like you saw, I think, on the third lap, when there was 2 Toyotas going side by side and
we seen that
grouped up behind them. So
yeah, you just had to. All right, well, we're gonna have to hit the brakes and wait for these guys to sort it out.
Yeah, it's sometimes frustrating because you lose a lot of time behind them, but then normally over the whole duration of the race it kind of equals out. You can't always get the best traffic, so
yeah.
But I must say that the red line car in the first hour especially got really lucky compared to everyone else. He was also faster than the rest of us on pure pace, but as well,
but
we lost a lot of time with the traffic as well.
I think this is where we see this every time in the longer multi-class races. Like if you can get track position early in a race and you can be the first car coming into traffic, you always end up with an advantage.
Yeah.
Which is why qualifying matters.
Qualifying really does matter in long races.
Because you like to think, it's 24 hours or it's 6 hours.
Yeah.
Don't really care. No. You want track position as early as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you're all bunched up and you all come across traffic, or even if the leader's out front and you come across traffic and it all bunches up, fine, the leader loses a little bit of time. But there's no limit really to how much time you can lose if the leader can get clear of a huge pack of cars and then you have to fight your way through it.
Yep, exactly. So, and I think as well there's always, of course, as well, when you see the leader coming in your mirror, you don't really want to cause incident because then you are responsible of crashing the leader, which is never nice. So you tend to be always a bit more careful with the leader. On tracks like Nordschleife, then obviously Daytona, like we saw in the last weekend, it doesn't really matter which position who is because it's a shorter track, so you pass everyone way more often. So
yeah, it's a little bit different in that regard, but here it is. A totally different challenge. Just sort of paying attention to the gaps here. For this first lap back out, Redliner still catching with the lead by a little bit, not a massive amount, but by a chunk. Anyway, gap's down to 6.3, so that's...
It was 8 seconds when...
It was. So that kind of leads me to believe, that'll tighten up at the end at this rate. So we'll see how that goes. And then Alejandro's caught about 0.8 of a second We'll say it's about a second actually. 2.8. Yeah, about 2.8 as it was coming out of the pits.
Getting
Around
there.
1.6, 1.7 now. So he's definitely still tracking in the right direction. I don't know how traffic was on that lap, but yeah, it's all looking pretty good. Johan, you can probably give us a little bit of insight into that one.
Apart from 2G R86, I don't think there's any traffic, so
Fair.
I think it's just on field pace is that little bit quicker.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. A decent scrap actually for 5th between Williams, Kwanda, and Sontec.
I saw the lead. Red line is catching.
Yeah.
1.5 seconds.
Yeah. And then the second car is in P10. Tom Callender's jumped back into that car. And yeah, sort of in a little bit of no man's land. Little gap ahead, sort of 8 seconds and 6 seconds behind. No, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I was looking at the UL car, sorry. 3 seconds ahead to Weldon, and then
20-something seconds behind,
yeah,
maybe even
yeah,
more.
it's a reasonable gap actually out behind.
Almost 40 seconds behind.
Gotcha,
Looks
yeah.
like the Falcon car has retired.
Yeah, because they shouldn't be pitting now, should they? No, well, it's not private. Maybe they have.
Makes sense. It's just about right.
But somehow maybe stretched it really long on field, I don't know. But yeah, no, it's an extra stop for them.
Oh.
Fourth time through the pit lane, so maybe they've got an issue. Like a tech
maybe an issue with the refuel or...
Yeah. I heard that.
Yeah, sometimes from the curbs as well, when you are spectating, you hear the contact, because I think the curbs are slightly more aggressive on this track, so it sometimes can give you a little scare when you hear a car hitting something, but then you see it was just a curb.
Yeah. It's yeah, it sort of scares me whenever, like, I'm looking at the timing here just to sort of see what's happening, and then I hear the sound of something not going well in my ear. It's like, oh shoot, what happened? And yeah, okay, no, it's fine, it's all good. So yeah, as it is now, so we're currently 4th with the MSI car, 1.5 seconds back on the Williams 5 car. Still ever so slowly hunting them back down. Yeah, it's just a straight run to the finish here. Everyone's on more or less the same fuel and tires. I know we've got 1 lap extra on the tire, but that should still be okay and not really like hurt us by any means.
I think it's going to be better.
Probably, yeah.
If
it does actually like get faster as you go, yeah. And then in Porsche Cup, Luca still sat on the back of the K Kramer racing Esports car, 1-2.
Yep. Post pit stop for field till P3 right now in P Cup.
Yeah.
And the Shara car still needs to pit, I think. They're pitting end of next lap.
Yeah. It'll be a short stop for them, though. I don't think they'll take the 1 minute 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's gonna take a minute now.
Yeah. Are they in now? No.
Next lap.
Next lap. Cool.
Yeah, 57.1 on this lap.
Cool. Could we pull up track map just to sort of see, like, are we expecting like any major traffic issues or anything like that? It's all fairly spread out now. You can see the nice clump there of GT4. Okay, yeah. Just 3 wide and then almost making the move down into Tiergarten. Forgive the pronunciation, I am not German in any way, shape, or form. So actually, well, we'll stick with this. Potential move into turn 1. Whether Luca feels like it, well, I mean, the head and hand there, or scratch of the forehead there from Luca. He doesn't look particularly amused. Is he going to go for it? Not quite on this occasion. Oh, a little deep on the brakes. It's always scary whenever you go to hit the brakes and yeah, you don't think you're going to get it pulled up in time.
Yeah, especially when you are so close to the car in front, you have less aero in the front, so or less wind, basically pushing the car down, so you even slow down slower. So
Yeah. Especially in these things as well with no ABS.
yeah, or in the GT3
And
as well when you.
once you lock up, you're done with
Yeah.
the Porsche Cup.
And as well in the GT3 it's kind of the same thing with the ABS. Once you.
Yeah, once you're in the ABS, that's it. You're not stopping.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So
Yeah, it's like for the opposite reasons, like the car won't actually, like you won't get the stopping power that you need. Yeah, I'm still paying attention to that lead battle in SP9. Gap's now 5.6, so that is still definitely coming down.
Going down a second and a half now.
Yeah,
I might have a
Alejandro
last
is in the
last lap battle for the lead.
yeah,
and Alejandro is now in the draft range, so 0.7
yeah.
back.
So
Could be close on the dotting this
yeah,
time by.
yeah, this time by should have an opportunity. I did find it quite strange. In the first battle of us versus them, where he didn't cover the inside in T1. I know that you generally want the inside for 2 and 3, but we've got the iRacing glue. We've got some strong PVA on the go here, or Gorilla Glue, or whatever brand of glue that you like. It's strong. It doesn't budge. So had the really sketchy moment where, and we've seen this.
Yeah.
With ourselves and a Williams car in the Daytona 24 just a week ago, where, yeah, quarter panel equals bad times, bad vibes. So, yeah, I was quite surprised that he didn't defend the inside of T1 just to, like, completely just cover it off and then just run it deep into T1 to
Yeah,
stop.
I was also
Stop.
wondering the same. Luckily, it worked out well at the end, but
Yeah.
the Williams car I have a slight advantage on the straight.
Okay,
us.
setup-wise?
So we are a little bit stronger than in the corners.
Oh, Alex!
Oh.
God.
Gosh.
That was close.
Yeah, okay, well, that's the
Oh.
run sadly gone for this lap, so we'll have to try again next time, but we'll have to wait another
Thanks.
nearly
Thanks,
8 minutes
iRacing, for
before we have
letting
another
the
crack at it.
crash grid.
Yeah. Luckily that wasn't. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That was a tight call.
Yeah, it's really easy to drop as well the car there when you hit the grass and you don't quite expect it. But luckily, he did a good job saving the car.
Yeah. It's going to close up, but it's maybe just going to be a shot into turn 1, which isn't quite as easy to get the run through and to make a move then into turn 1 in these things.
Yeah, exactly. Especially because it's the same car, so you are more or less like you have the same brakes, obviously. So it's hard to make such a big
He's
difference.
closed up. Jeez, he was
So much on the
aggressive on the brakes. Yeah, he was not leaving. He might actually have a pop here, so we'll stay.
T1, yeah, maybe.
We'll stay with this.
Come on, do it for the boys.
Big lob, come on, do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Oh, he's
Yeah. He's in.
Good. Stopped.
Yeah,
Wow.
he has got it stopped. Wow. Now, unfortunately, though, running the outside of 2 and 3 is difficult, but if you can stay there through 3,
You're still
got the
there,
inside
or
of
you've
4.
got the inside.
Yeah.
I think he's got it.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yes, you
I
know.
think so too. And get
And
clear. Yes.
Well
Oh,
done.
things you love to see. Carl will not be happy about that.
Nah.
But
Got
yeah,
the
but
mug on the
Alejandro has
outside
been
of the
quicker,
corner.
and
won't take it.
that's been coming.
Yeah, the last corner was maybe Alejandro, maybe Carl made a slight mistake there, possibly in the braking, because
Yeah, I think he was just a little safe more than
Yeah,
anything.
there's
and
a-
Alex just fired it in.
but that really helped up to set the move, because he was as well got a better exit. So
Yeah.
good clean racing.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, no contact there either. Like normally in a GT3 car, like they're pretty robust. Like
It
you,
tends to land on.
you can lean a little bit.
Yeah, they tend to lean on each other most of the time.
Yeah, but we can't really get away with that as much in the sim
No.
because glue,
Glue.
netcode.
Yeah, exactly. So you can't really trust, kind of,
Yeah,
on that. Opposite to real life, of course, you don't want to touch other cars as well, because it's either a big bill for you or
Yeah.
for the team who needs to pay the where the damage is after,
But in terms of the actual race itself, and like cars don't just get magically
Exactly,
turned
yeah,
around
so-
or fired off the road in a weird way, like the cars can take it, at least within the race. Obviously, you
Yeah.
have to pay for new wing mirrors or door handles or
Yeah.
side skirts or whatever. But yeah, like you can race, you can squabble, you can fight a little bit, and still bring the car home in one piece.
Actually, was pretty interesting story. I was racing on a German track called Nürburgring, which is a street circuit.
Yeah.
Had a small touch at the wall. Nothing happened. Just scraped a bit of stickers away, but for some reason the door got jammed.
Oh.
But was lucky as I was the last driver finishing the race. But as I was driving to the park for me, I had to climb out from the other side, which is really difficult in these cars because basically the seat is made to protect you. It's not made to be easy to get in and out of.
Yeah.
And as well in the Mercedes, we have a big button box middle of the car, so you need to be super careful to not press any fire extinguisher or anything, because that would be really bad.
Yeah, that would definitely not be optimal. Just a question there from the Twitch chat from Daniel Ariel Munoz. Do you guys have some sort of automated strategy software for races? Nothing automated now. The closest thing that we will have that's automated is like a calculator for like how long the race will go. But like we'll manually like work out our strategy based off of parameters that we'll enter into like a spreadsheet basically.
Yeah. Unless Mark and George turn out to be AI, everything is man-made.
Yeah, like we don't have something that's like, all right, well, here's the race in this current scenario, churn out a strategy for us, and then it churns it out. Like, no, like we work it all out. And we try and get it right pretty much all the time. It doesn't always pan out perfectly, but it keeps it fun and interesting, as Luca's got the run this time on the Kramer Racing Esports.
I think there are a few things
entry.
That's why you made it easy.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it makes it a little bit easier. That's
Really
probably
small
been,
gap for the lead. Oh.
yeah. You're right. Yeah, that's worked out pretty close. No sign of
How's
the
the
Door Esports car.
BS
Their
and
Esports
red light
is 10 seconds back right now, so...
Gotcha. And then I
Not
was
sure what
asking about so the gap for the lead in SP9, 3.8. So that's still coming down.
It might be a last lap shootout.
Yeah.
I hope so. So that both cars end up sideways and you guys can win the race.
And never want to wish anyone else crash them, because eventually you will get karma. I wouldn't mind that, but never wish that.
Well, at the minute I'm not racing in anything like right now, so I'll say it. I hope they shot and we win.
Yeah.
I'll take that for you guys. I'll take the hit. I'll take the. I had enough comments. The first half of the year, I had so much go wrong for me that screw it. I will say whatever I wish. Gap is actually like coming down on our end as well, like down to 22 seconds. Obviously, not enough to close in to get the win here in terms of like raw pace, but the speed from 100 is really, really good.
Eventually now it's just to bring it home, make a small gap to the car behind, so there's no threat of getting overtaken. But yeah, basically there's no positions to get in, bro.
Unless you have bad traffic.
Yeah.
You worry. No.
But yeah, it's pretty crazy how fast the Ferrari is, because Norby is one of the fastest Nordschleife drivers.
Yeah.
And still getting caught 30 seconds, so well, I suppose 20 seconds, because he was 10 seconds behind after the first hour.
Well, keep an eye on the gap down the straight, just for the left.
Yeah, it's actually really good shot.
It is, because he's in no draft on this lap.
I believe the Ferrari was around 4 kph faster than us on the straight, so there is no really. I think once he will pass him, catch him, there is nothing. There is nothing he
Gotta
can
make
drop
sure he
out.
stays better make sure he stays in front.
Yeah.
So, like again, like you'll probably see Lucas defend extremely hard to try and make sure that Venik doesn't make the move, because yeah, once Venik gets clear, that's it. It's game over, almost certainly. Watch that gap come down straight.
That's top of the hill.
That's just a consistent pull down the straight.
Top of the hill, he was 261. Maximilian just crossed the bridge at 265.
Yeah, 4 kph, and you can see the gap there. Yeah, and
yeah, we're at 3.6 at the start of the straight.
Yeah, that's the overall top speed. Still so funny that the Porsche Cups are quicker in a straight line than you guys.
Yeah, that's
5% power taken out.
That's true. We are lucky that we are not actually lapping in the race, because I think if you
wouldn't be able to.
I think once in a test race we had that Michael was passing the GT3s in the straight with the Cup car.
Yeah. Battle for the lead in Porsche Cup as well between Redline and Scherer. That must be fun for those guys as well. It's Sebastian Job, former Porsche Taycan Esports Super Cup champion. And then Raphael Rennhofer, who has not been in the Porsche Taycan Esports Super Cup ever before, and he's giving former world champion. Seb's won in near enough every series he's ever been in, and he is having a difficult time fending off Raphael Rennhofer here.
I think always in the Nordschleife, in the official races, or in DNLS, you find always people who you maybe never seen before, but they are really
they
fast.
love this track.
Exactly, but they are really fast here. So
yeah. I know that our primary focus obviously is on our 2 respective cars, but I mean, got to pay attention to the big lead battle. Yeah, everything's pretty static. If it changes, we'll absolutely let you know.
I'll keep an eye.
Yeah, we'll all have eyes in many places, but I mean, we've got to have a little look at this and see how this goes.
I will go have a look with Alejandro with the fuel, how he's doing, to make sure, because need to remind him to finish after the race to drive to the pit lane.
Yes,
because
that's the quirky rules of
that's really easy to forget, because you normally just stop after the finish line and leave. So
yeah, quick reminder. So we'll happily let you go, and I can with Johan tidy this up for the end of the race. But thanks for coming up. Thanks for doing this. It's been good having you up here, and hopefully we'll get you back here very, very soon at some point.
Yeah, there's still 2 runs to go after this. So,
so you're coming back for the remaining runs, or
not planned yet, but obviously need to see. Yeah,
we'll see.
It would be really cool. Been nice to meet everyone here, and the facilities are good. So, and as well, it's pretty nice, because normally when you're at home, you have always other stuff to do. So here, when you just drive, so you can put more effort to the race. So it's been a good time. Thanks for having me, and
of course,
hopefully you will have interesting battle for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, 15 minutes or so. Oh, this looks like it's getting tasty. Even for the top class and GT3, it's getting close.
GT3 is going to be last lap.
All right, take it easy, Elias, and we'll see you very, very soon. Yeah, just push that off generally to the side there. We'll go a little further, more that way. Yeah, cool. Yeah, we're out of shot. Fantastic. All right, so yeah, we're coming up towards the end now. I will very quickly answer the last question there from Norman. How do you guys try to best reproduce the actual in-car experience within your rig, as if you're in the pursuit of realism? So with our rigs, they are more tailored to the esports side of things. Our focus is on getting the absolute maximum performance out of the sim that we're doing. So that means we run a slightly softer brake pedal, or slightly less force feedback, or slightly more force feedback, or run a specific monitor. So we've got different monitors depending on the game, and then we'll do that. The realism side of things, will be realistic to a point, as it is now battle for the lead. But the focus is on getting from A to B as quick as possible by whatever means we can. And that is an overtake for the lead for Scherer Esports in
Nicely done.
the Porsche Cup class. Yeah, clean, nicely done. Given how
And
tight he was,
2 more laps to go. I'm
yeah.
guessing. It should be 2.
Yeah, probably. Oh, covered the inside actually really well there. That was very nicely done. Seb had a little look there, but yeah, Raphael, I would say Luke, the
I like how he
car.
just didn't go on the white line. Just gave him enough room to stick in if he wanted to, but
Yeah, he wasn't defending fresh
gave him
air
the
either.
choice to
Like,
take
he
the
needed to cover that for sure.
gave him the choice to take the risk, and it's not too rough taking it. I don't think Sebi was making the corner if he was going down the inside here.
Yeah. Gap for our car to the lead is down to 19 seconds. Like, Alejandro is on
He's cooking.
the hoof. He is
54
cooking.
to last lap,
Versus the
55.9, and a 57.7.
Yeah, so like he is. It's just a shame about the time penalty, and 2, just sort of the time caught. Just sort of trying to work back through some of the traffic there. Yeah, the red line car was probably a bit too quick, but yeah. So that gap's under the 20 seconds that those guys were stopped for. So yeah, it's a tricky one. Looking back, so yeah, Luca is now a comfortable 3rd. Pretty much same lap time as the Dura Esports car behind. Yeah, slightly quicker than Job on that last lap, but I mean the gap's 25 seconds, so that's not getting close, unfortunately. But 3rd is absolutely fine in both classes for both these guys. And then we'll sort of look back to Tom Callender there. Representing us for this particular race in the 48 car in P10. Solid drive all around from those guys, just sort of cobbled together ever so slightly, to put it bluntly. But yeah, those guys have done a good job, kept it pretty clean. Respectable race. Yeah, absolutely.
58.0, the leader did a 57.7 on the previous lap.
Yeah, so
Nothing to be ashamed of.
Absolutely.
Really
Yeah,
good.
yeah. For a guy who doesn't do much in the way of sim racing, yeah, he's jumped in. He's done a very, very good job. 9 seconds off of Weldon, who is a second off of Jimmy. He's representing UOL for this race. Represents us, but yeah, he loan one driver out to them every once in a while. You've done that before, I believe, Johan.
Yeah. Well, last year I was racing for this exact team. So.
Yeah. Alejandro's raced for them.
He's raced for them as well. So yeah, every once in a while we're just loan drivers to each other. I mean, they've done it for us as well on, was it ACC?
Yeah.
When we were doing
ERL.
ERL,
Yeah.
Done it on ACC. Loaned a few drivers to them on iRacing.
Yep.
As well.
Mutually beneficial thing.
Yeah. I mean, benefits to the both of us.
Yeah.
We might as well do it.
I've got to say, I feel like it's late enough in the race to say this. Hopefully I haven't jinxed anything. Very few retirements in this race. Very few. Across all classes. Like, it has been
one per
clean
class.
in terms of, one per class pretty much. It's been pretty clean across the board here, which has been really, really good to see. A lot of good racing, a lot of hard but fair racing. And nearly everyone's still going 3 and a bit hours into this race. So it'll be this and what, one more lap? Or
It should be one more, yeah.
yeah, one more. Just sort of looking at the time there, just with the GT3. So
When did they close? So they crossed the finish line with 8 minutes 10 seconds left.
yeah,
two
should be
laps.
fine.
It's pretty close.
So hopefully, so
20 seconds. So where you go, one lap left. So
yeah,
hopefully nobody's been killed by that.
yeah, hopefully.
Off fuel.
So the race should go then 27, which has gone past 25 laps, right? So
27. 27
Yeah.
laps.
So yeah, this one more 27. Yeah, everyone should
7
be.
and 6, 7, 7. Yeah, everybody is.
Yeah, everyone should be good to go on that front. Cool. So, yeah, Jimmy's still hanging on over Seb Weldon. Tom Calendar's still about 10 seconds back of that. And Alejandro has thankfully dropped Carl Janssen in the Williams number 5 car, which he wasn't quite able to do before the pit stop. He's now caught, passed, and successfully dropped him. That gap up front for the lead is 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, a little bit of traffic starting the lap here.
Yep.
On Maximilian, so it's probably gonna come down another 1.5 seconds. It's been sort of the trend the last few laps.
Alejandro has a massive, well, I say massive.
Yeah.
He's got 3 cars ahead of him, which, yeah, that's gonna.
Yeah, it's gonna lose everything.
Gonna hurt. Yeah, let's tuck under, and we'll try and get 2 on the straight. Probably not.
For the Porsche Cup, looks like Sebi is struggling a bit to keep up to the share car. So
Yeah, that's really impressive. Actually,
I think we're gonna have. Don't really think we're gonna have that battle.
No, I don't think so.
It's gone.
I was genuinely quite surprised. More so, not so much that Scherer being very good in Porsche Cup, but
He isn't much lower fuel, so. Well, yeah. Yes.
well, I mean, the fuel,
the same
fuel,
but he's on better tires
yeah,
right now. He's on 3 laps younger tires, so.
yeah.
That's
That's
gonna help.
a bit of a difference. As what Michael had mentioned to us before, like it does get sketchy at the end. So yeah, the fact that those guys were able to extend and then go short at the end to be aggressive at the end seems to be working out really nicely for them. Lucas still.
Sorry, what's hurting Sebi right now?
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely probably struggling a little bit more on the tire. Yeah, Rennhofer's been able to sort of put him at arm's reach. Not completely out of draft, but the fact that he could get him that far out of range, given how the the first part of the race went, where it was like almost pack racing, shows how much pace that Rennhofer definitely has over everyone.
It was definitely holding back at this time, for sure.
Well, I mean, like I was actually sort of closed down ever so slightly there, but yeah, we've got the again over the shoulder camera there on Alejandro. See all the little micro movements in the wheel. He does like to run the FFB quite strong. So do you actually, Johan, to be fair, and really sort of feel it.
Running it pretty much on the same force, I think, in game.
Yeah.
Both in the Mercedes and Porsche Cup, I'm pretty sure we're running exactly the same force feedback.
Yeah. I've tried to sort of run it a bit stiffer, but I noticed.
It's to be out on the end.
Yeah, I've actually sort of noticed for that second season of ESL, so I scaled the FFB back a little bit. I went the opposite way. Not that it was like particularly hard, but I just wanted to. Yeah, like I went down, and I think whenever I eventually return to iRacing, I will generally try and dial things back a bit. Like I was sort of running sort of nearly at the limit of what I could, and was maybe sort of burning myself out a tiny bit. Like
I'm still running it quite high.
Hard.
Still coming back to racing and still running it quite high, but I've gone down.
Yeah.
Compared to before, maybe 3 to 4 clicks down on every car.
Gotcha.
It's not a massive difference.
Hello, welcome on in.
Hello.
Just a little snap of moves there. Like, obviously in car that was probably fine, but yeah, with the GR86 there on the left-hand side, that looked it looked a little scarier than what it probably was. I'm sure he had absolute control over it, like not a problem, but yeah, it's always difficult sort of watching rather than actually being in the car. It's just that little bit, but a little bit more scary when you're not in total control of things.
That's the scary thing in endurance races, when you're in spectator and just waiting to get in the car, and then you're watching your teammates. I've got full trust on you, all my teammates, but it's always a bit hard to get them driving.
Yeah, that's why I really struggle with the 24-hour races, because as much as I like
That's why I struggle
totally
to
trust you guys in the car, like I can't sleep. cannot sleep during a 24-hour race, just in case something happens. That's what it comes down to. Like, and it just makes horrible for it.
I can sleep, but when I wake up, I always have that little bit of a stress in my in my mind.
Yeah, you wake up, it's like,
the PC,
are we
set
good?
the PC back on. Are we still in the race?
And it just, woof.
Are we still racing?
Yeah. Or do I go back to bed?
Thankfully, most of the time, we're still running, but it's happened to us once where you turn the PC back on and you see the car is upside down in the fence or in the pits with engine damage. It's been done for 60, 70 laps. So like, well,
No, shouldn't have got up.
see you next week. Always next race.
Alejandro just working his way through the traffic there. You see just the massive speed difference that we got there. Coming on towards what is now the final lap of the race. Gap to lead now down to 15 seconds. It's
15 seconds with that much traffic. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the gap to lead is 15.
Wow.
It has come down rapidly.
Is that maybe handcast overtake on this lap?
Yeah.
You're crazy.
The lead battles come down under a second, which we were sort of expecting it to.
That's gonna make the last lap interesting then.
Very interesting.
Not even sure you want to lead for the BS car coming into the thing on the last lap. Anything you want to check up coming to
I
it.
mean, if you're in the Ferrari, it doesn't matter, I don't think. You can do whatever you like.
I think you've got a better chance if you check up before the straight and let him by.
Yeah.
Or let him by super early down the straight and catch back up and slipstream.
Or just try and completely stall his run, like, you know, check him up like mid-corner or whatever.
Either way,
like just where you get on.
he's gonna have to do something funky if he wants to win the race.
Yeah. So it might be quiet for the first half lap or so here. Might be in the
And
key
then it's
word.
gonna be
However, if Fennec has an opportunity to overtake, he should absolutely take it. Because I think he has that much pace that he can pull a gap to the point where the Donner doesn't become a concern.
I will be absolutely gone.
Yeah. So Herman sort of needs to keep his wits about him. It's not like, all right, chill out and wait for the Donner and see what happens. I don't think he's enough pace to get away with that as it stands now. With just with how quick that Ferrari is, that punch it has coming off of that right hander there, coming on towards the end here of the GP loop.
It is crazy.
Down into the Beswick chicane. Just like the initial drive off the corner is mad. I mean, it seems mad pretty much everywhere. Through the corners, I don't think it's anything absolutely special, but yeah, I mean, there's plenty of flat-out straight bits at the Nordschleife, even though it's quite twisty and lots of corners. You do spend quite a bit of time still absolutely pinned, and it seemed to pull pretty much all of its advantage.
I'm not sure which way they went through the setup, but if they that much power, just allows them to run much higher wing than the others. So.
Well, the 4K is quicker in a straight line, so
they probably still running quite low wing.
Yeah, probably. And you still would.
Maybe in the race they're running low wing, but maybe that's where the qualifying pace was coming from.
Maybe.
Built it on some wing, and
I did forget to ask Elias about his qualifying lap.
Oh.
So that's my bad as hosting the interview. But I think we both.
Sing it off, don't be kissed. That's solid enough.
Is this move happening yet? No, not quite. The 105 JV just popped in chat there. The 105 Porsche Cup leader has been black flagged.
Oh yeah, just seen that. Drive-through penalty.
Drive-through penalty. Oh, that's gonna be tough as well. What's that?
Are they on the last lap right now? Oh no.
Might be. Multiple waving on the Dottner according to JV.
What?
Oh.
You're not moving.
Maybe it's something like well before. Who knows?
Well, they did a bit of weaving, but not excessive. At least.
Yeah, the Porsche Quanda car 118 has a stop and hold for 4 seconds. Let's see.
Want to see
Yeah, I've just seen that come up on the sheet now.
just moving.
Lap 25.
Lap 25.
Okay. Well, I mean, that gives the win to Redline.
Yeah. And
People
that
weaving and Dartner. I feel like people have generally been sort of weaving a little bit, but nothing excessive. And I didn't notice
He went-
anything actually.
If went, he weaved 6 times all the way down.
Okay, well, yeah,
Which is not
in that case, that's
massive.
fair enough. It's not massive, but yeah, if the rule says you're not allowed to weave multiple times on a straight and you weave 6 times, well, yeah, you don't really have an argument against it, sadly. Lee, if you're trying to talk in my ear, because I feel like I can hear a voice off in the distance, I think, yeah, it's nothing coming through, sadly.
Right.
It's like, yeah, I can just hear the voice, not in my ear, but like in the room off in the back there in the production room.
I wonder how. Nah, we won't get there in time with Luca. Still gonna exit the pit in P2. It's quite a short pit.
Yeah,
thing.
true. Actually, it's a really good point.
Yeah, nowhere near. He's at the cones. No.
Meanwhile, a fight for the lead in GT3, SB9. Benny has gone for it early. Will Herman keep it in?
My
Oh.
God.
Oh, he's run. He's gone. No, he's
He's
not.
safe.
No, he's good. He saved it. What a save.
If it was the old damage level, they were both out.
Yeah.
Because the outside car was moving.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's that. Well, yeah.
Oh.
That battle's done, I think.
Well, all the battles are done.
Yeah, that's it. Race is over. We can pack up and go home.
Made it boring.
we'll just let it roll through to the end now. Yeah, so yeah, Redliner. Well, I mean, depends on if anyone thinks that there was anything protestable in that and it's any post-race stuff. I think that's just a side-by-side through nut curve. Yeah. Like, I don't think anyone's. Like, I think everyone gave.
If you try to go side by
space
side through this corner, you have to yield.
Yeah. The
You're
chat
behind.
asking for
You're behind on
replay.
entry, you yield.
Like, if that's something that you fancy doing, and just for that last little scrap there for the GT3 race win. Yeah, we'll get that pulled up for you, I think, Dutch. An onboard or like nose cam of Herman, I guess. Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah, that should be fine. Don't think anything. I'll just keep an eye on timing here, just in case something pops up. Outside of like minor places, yeah, no other real battles.
There's pretty big gaps for the top 5 in each chassis. So.
Yeah. There's your replay. Don't think there's really much in it. It's just one of those weird.
It's just one of these.
Yeah,
weird
it kind of got a
contacts.
little loose initially, and then as it straightened up, he just tagged Fenix's door. And yeah, I guess the good thing about the current damage model is in the old one, both cars would have spun around there. But both were able to keep going. So my prediction sadly did not come true, where I was hoping for major beef and someone going round. It nearly happened, but I mean, Alham just brought that gap down to 11 seconds, which is mad. So much quicker. 2 I kept it on the inside longer than I would. Yeah, but I think he knew if Venica got ahead, that was it, game over. He needed to stay ahead, at least coming in towards the Dotner to have any sort of chance. The Ferrari's just too quick over the course of the lap, I think. So those guys are going to win in the Ferrari. PS competition are going to hang on for second. I assume nothing's going to happen in terms of race control or whatever. That's just a racing thing. And that's rare for me to say that, but yeah, like there wasn't much in that all round. Space was left, is what it is. Luca's going to bring it home in 3rd in Porsche Cup. Solid result given the issues with traffic and the success penalty, and 3rd as well given the penalty. 11 seconds off the Ferrari that, yeah, was too good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good.
11 seconds in 27 laps. That's not a massive gap.
Yeah. That's pretty small.
And fastest lap of the race on the last lap, I think.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Let me just pull it up.
52.9.
Yeah, 52.9. It's a good chunk taken off of the fast lap. Yeah, that's pretty good. Just need to make sure to bring that back round into the pit lane. Tom Callender's going to bring this home in the just inside the top 10. Just a steady, solid run. Really, really good effort from him, given his experience with Sim and generally being quite new to all of this.
Jimmy in P9 across the line.
Yeah, I think he's maybe had a little bit of a struggle here today, but yeah, all round just a clean, solid day for our guys. Bring it over the line. Yeah, red line in the Ferrari just that little bit too strong for everyone today in GT3/SP9. Still don't have a clear, definite answer to like what is the exact naming of all of these classes. Why are they named that way? Other than the Porsche one, which is Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. That's the one.
Hey.
Afternoon, David. Welcome
I'll
on
do
in.
our research.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll scrub up a little bit better, I think, for the next one. I'll be a DNLS connoisseur by the end of the season. I'll have you know.
He will be the expert.
That's it.
Do you have a
All things
question?
DNL or
With
S,
Jamie.
I will know all about it. Quiet day after the first stop for our boys in Porsche Cup. Pretty uneventful after that first hour. Sort of like the downside of
Bit
the
underwhelming.
success ballast.
Yeah, it just spreads out the whole field, which is... I'm not for success ballast. She could do... Well, no,
Could do
success
something
ballast is success
qualifying.
ballast, yeah. And just success ballast, maybe just like 4 or 5 kilos every now and then.
Yeah,
if you want.
the problem is
Time penalties are
you can't
time penalties are
do
just
it by
too much.
individual car, sadly.
Yeah, you can't do it by car.
It's just a
So,
limitation with the sim.
yeah.
Close battle, actually. Well, close-ish battle in GT4. They just sort of had a little bit of an eye there. 1.7 seconds at the end is pretty tight.
Top looks pretty good for them as well. 3 manufacturers in the top 3, 11 seconds.
Mala had a 30-second stop hold and got back to third. Oh. Which, considering they won the previous round, they're probably the better, maybe just the better team in this class. So, 30 away from, 19 seconds. Bear in mind, they probably had to fight through traffic as well. Yeah, they're probably
If Lee wants an interesting replay, you should watch the way the number 175 crossed the line.
175.
The 175 in GT4. There, Carlo.
Pro Sports Sim Racing.
Interesting. Oh my god, down the back straight. Ugh. Yeah, in the middle of the Duttinger. Last lap. Oh.
Yeah, if we pull that up, then we'll
Yeah,
take a look.
after Luca crosses the line, but it's one massive shot.
Lucas pulled his phone out. I just spotted that. he's driving down the. I seen him look right, reach round behind him, and he just grabbed his phone. He's like, yeah. Still
Left hand
halfway.
drive, don't do that.
No.
Surprised
You
it's not
did
in
that
the
in
rule-
real life. Just
I'm
do
surprised it's not in the rule book.
270.
Nothing else.
Yeah, something in the rule book. Yeah, you're not allowed to
Yeah.
drive or like
We'll
be
give you a
on
fine.
sim on your phone. Yeah, I'll give you a fine for that. Yeah. Impulse Racing, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it, guys.
You guys.
Thank you. And cross the line for
Yeah, E3,
a
not too bad.
solid day's work.
Got 2 podiums in a row.
Yeah,
Is it? Or
Yep.
3.
and podiums in
podium.
this series are gold dust.
Yeah. Big dip.
So I think it's a
Down
little
the
bit
list here.
further on in the lap.
Yeah.
down the final straight. I don't think it was an off track as such.
Well, not quite an off track. More like 10x car
So
contact.
it's onto the long back straight, so a little bit left to go. Yeah, you're getting close. You're getting close.
You get this, yeah.
No, it won't be 5 minutes. No, you'll be all right.
20 seconds while we wait for the guys to jump in for the
Yep.
interviews.
David has just upgraded GPU for good luck, which is good. Hopefully that all goes well for you, buddy. All right, yeah, from here.
Yep, just right there.
We'll roll it through. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that's not going well.
It just brought it back to the pitch like that.
To the pits, or
Yeah, no, he finished the race and then did the entire GP loop with the car crabbing.
That is some effort. That's a massive shunt as well. Yeah, well spotted, Johan. The tire marks being left behind as well.
Something is going wrong when you've got 4 parallel lines.
Oh gosh,
Yeah,
yeah. You know it's bad when they're 4 like separated out really far. Everyone's brought the cars back in towards pit lane, as is per the rules and regulations. Got to do that and sit there, and I guess
Fair enough.
the organisers want their pretty shots over, in pit lane or whatever. Yeah, he do be sideways. Yes, he does. Cool. Has everyone finished the race? No? We're still waiting? Results are still.
I think we're waiting for the Toyotas.
We're waiting for. No, we're waiting on Porsche Cups.
Oh.
Still trying to finish. It's like there's one left. I think. Could be wrong. But we're almost done here. Almost finished up. Are we getting interviews of guys to jump in? Cool. We'll hold fire. Get speaking to the guys from downstairs. That was a fun race.
Yeah. Pretty hectic.
A little bit of strategy involved. Yeah, it was pretty good.
It's just about the right length to make it interesting.
Yeah.
If it's 3 hours, it's pretty straightforward.
If it's 4 hours, again, pretty straightforward. Yeah, no, that was pretty good. Cool.
Yeah.
We'll take a quick drink for just a second. It is still very rare for me to speak for this long in one sustained period of time. My throat will be tired after this.
Oh, you're getting used to it.
Oh, apparently I'm sacked for not drinking a can of BAM.
Oh.
There's plenty of BAM available, but I just prefer the sugar-free options where I can. C'est la vie. Right, so I think we've got Luca almost ready to jump in, and we'll get chatting to him very, very soon. All right, Luca. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How's it going, my friend? Yeah, that was yeah, it looked like quite an interesting race, strategy-wise in Porsche Cup, but you guys were sort of hampered, obviously, with the penalty, and then Michael had a couple of little issues with traffic, so it was kind of just then a static kind of race then for you to the end. Talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, the strategy was planned like this because otherwise I needed to leave as well, but of course to have me some laps in it. But yeah, I mean, we knew that it could have only been P3 basically, with a lot of luck, maybe a bit better. It was close at the end, but yeah, I guess that's the damage limitation we could have done for today. That's the best.
Yeah. Yeah. The first stint looked super exciting, and then we're sort of got it's like, oh, we've got the time penalties, and that kind of spread the whole race out. You know, from that point on. How did the car behave though? Because you had to do so like the double stint, like sort of using up all the tire possible, where some guys were able to keep it, you know, a little bit shorter at the end. So like, how did you sort of, you know, manage the tires there sort of at the end?
Yeah, it was actually my first double stint on the pickup on Nords without yeah, like practicing it basically. But yeah, first stint the tires were okay for 8 laps, and then of course the 7 at the end. Yeah, was quite harsh at the end. I can't see it right now, but yeah, it was definitely not good as compared to the guys in front. But it was fine for the first double stint, and pace was fine as well. So I'm happy.
Yeah, nice one.
Yeah, pace was pretty good.
Yeah, Johan, if you've got a question.
Not for now, I guess. I mean, well done first, and then yeah, you pretty much covered it.
I do have
It's
one.
a bit of a shame, yeah. It's just a bit of a shame, yeah, that the race was split up a bit with the penalties, because it would have really been interesting to see how it panned out if you were still together.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that you can always see the penalties like for the race ahead. I mean, the guys in front are now basically in the same situation as us today. So it will always change around, and it's just consistency is the key, and it's another P3 now. It's good points, especially Redline and the other car are not that good, or especially Redline is far behind in the standings. So I would say at the moment everything is perfect. We just need to stay consistent.
As long as you keep racking up podiums every single race.
Yeah, exactly.
A P3 is probably more interesting for you, especially coming into the last few rounds. You want to be coming into the last round with as little of a penalty as possible.
Exactly.
Don't want to come to the last round and have 30 seconds, because that's you done.
Yeah. So I think everything is perfect right now, to be honest.
Yeah. How was getting used to your home rig again after being here last weekend? How did you find jumping back into what you've always driven? How did the muscle memory like it?
The first thing what I did actually when I went home is I wasn't driving to test how it feels. I was actually changing the seat position, which is definitely was better in the sim center, and now I changed it a bit to make it a little bit more easy for me. So yeah, that was the first thing, but otherwise I was like quite quick on pace again here. So yeah, but yeah, definitely the position I changed.
Yeah. We found that actually quite interesting, because we've had so many guys now come into the sim center and try the rigs out, and some have adapted really quick and some haven't, and it's quite interesting that you've went home and changed your seating position entirely, which is yeah, quite the change.
Yeah, it was definitely when I came back home. Okay, wait, I'm actually sitting really bad here. I need to change it. So yeah. It was a test, of course. If it wouldn't work, we changed it back. But yeah, at the moment, I'm happy with that, definitely.
Good. And one more before you go. How did your exams go this week?
Yeah, good.
Good.
Follow more. Yeah,
Good or
it's fine, and
good.
there's more coming this week, the upcoming week now. So yeah, it's fine.
A busy man. And with a busy man, we'll not keep you much longer. But yeah, thanks for jumping in, Luca. And yeah, congrats on P3.
Thank you.
Sweet. I spy one Alejandro Sanchez off in the distance. Bring up a chair, my friend. We'll get you in. And there's your headset. And whenever it's on, I will unmute the mic. It'll be a live hot mic. Gotta be careful. Hold on. Good? You comfortable? All right, your mic's live. Welcome on in. Oof.
What a race.
What a race. Yeah, talk us through it. Both from not just your perspective, but also like from watching the race unfold with Elias in the car. Yeah, you looked very quick out there. Talk us through it.
Yeah, like at the beginning we struggled a little bit with traffic. Both Elias and I at the beginning of the distance, especially, it's hard to judge distances on a different rig.
Yeah.
Because the FOV differences are minimal, but they make a difference, and you need to be comfortable with traffic around here.
Yep.
And then I had situations where I was faster than the guy in front, but I tried to get a run on him, but I didn't calculate it well enough, so I ended up just tripping over myself most of the time and lost a lot of time because of that, really. I don't think we could have possibly won the race. Maybe yes, maybe not, but I'm very happy with the work that we did, to be honest. We didn't get any penalties, we didn't have any contacts with anyone. Well, we had some ramming with the Williams car, but
Yeah.
that was all in good spirits, and
It looked like a really good battle.
yeah, I was. I didn't look too happy, probably.
You never look happy when you're driving unless you're winning the race.
Yeah.
So that's fair.
You look great when you drive.
Yeah, you definitely had speed. Like we can understand why they would like try and fight. Just like if they can stay ahead, then you don't have another shot for another like 8 minutes, and who knows what traffic sort of comes their way that maybe just keeps you behind for long enough. So I can understand why they were still fighting. But you definitely looked certainly the quickest Mercedes out there. Ferrari was probably too strong today, though, was it not?
Yeah, I don't like always complaining about the VOP and stuff, but yeah, it looked really quick, to be honest. It got a bit of a buff this week on an official iRacing update, so maybe possibly we could have like used a little bit the engine torque or something. When we checked in Q, it was like 3 kilometers faster on the straights.
In race trim, it was more.
Yeah, so yeah, but we were lacking a little bit in terms of top speed compared to Williams, for example, so we probably need to look into that.
Yeah.
But yeah, happy with the pace, really happy with the prep. The strategy was really good as well. I think we gained a lot of time in pits, or at least we did it well. I think I had like 0.7 liters when I came into the pits, so it was more or less perfect. I knew I was gonna be behind the Williams car coming out, well, starting my last stint.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just held on to it, and it was a lot less messy than the first overtake attempt.
Yeah, because we were on board for that. It was the move into Tiergarten, and then we didn't really see it, but like you just slightly overshoot the corner and just couldn't.
I did.
It's not like the car got loose around you; just a fraction deep, and you just lost all run then out, and then he was able to get back at you. Yeah.
Then we had like the typical iRacing contact.
Yeah.
And we got stuck together. I tried to, because I was feeling that the same thing that happened with Kev last week would happen on, I think it's 1, 2, 3, T3, T4.
Yeah.
We got stuck
really
together.
close
I
to
think
it, to be fair.
it turned in a little bit too much, and yeah, I just tried to give him as much space as possible. I went off the track as well. Just didn't want to get spun out.
Yeah.
And in the end, it worked out. But yeah, it was after that I had no tires because of the contacts the way they are. I think they just overheat the tire. But yeah, we could have definitely done better, but we have to be proud, really. I think we were one of the quickest cars out there. We just didn't manage traffic. Well, you can say traffic didn't treat us well, or we didn't manage traffic well enough. Both are correct, in my opinion.
Yep.
We just didn't have the feeling we have back at home with the FOBs and stuff. But I think we did a really good job, to be honest. Really proud.
And you sort of touched on it, even just like seating position and FOV being slightly different, but it's the first time over here racing in one of our rigs. How did you find sort of the adjustment process and getting used to everything? I seen you with the tools out as soon as you arrived, like, no, we need to change this and tinker with that and just get everything to feel right. So yeah, how do you feel in terms of like getting up to speed and the adjustments you had to make and sort of everything to do with sort of being here this week?
It's fairly similar to what I have at home. The seat is basically the same. I just have a different cushion at home, which is a bit more comfortable for like long races and stuff. But yeah, for me the biggest difference was the FOV. I think I didn't have exactly the same way as I have it set at home. So for me it felt like, as I said, I think it was either the angle of the screens or something was a bit off in the calculator. So it was hard to judge, really. But yeah, I adapted pretty quick. It's basically the same hardware I have at home. So
yeah,
the pedals as well like are just perfect. But yeah, I just made the mistake of racing with the hoodie on, and I was like melting.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I was soaked. That I ran back to the flat to get changed because yeah, like I was just soaked. Huge mistake doing 2 hours of this track with a hoodie on an actual race.
Rookie
Did you not have the AC on?
We did.
What?
Yeah, it was like 17 degrees, and
Damn.
I was still soaked.
I was pushing. I mean, like, we could tell by the lap times you were definitely pushing.
Yeah.
What did you do in this quick
really good
possible?
speed. It's a good result, good points. Gives you guys a smaller penalty for next round. So, yeah, it's looking good.
Yeah, we'll see. Next round is in like 3 weeks time, or I don't really
Almost a
know.
month, I think. No.
Maybe a month. Yeah.
I'm the worst person. You looked at me as if I know all the answers here. I showed up today. It's like, so we're streaming.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we're in. We're live.
Done for
Okay, good.
February 17th.
February 17th. Okay, so yeah, 3 weeks from now.
3
Not
weeks,
too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else really for it. Johan, do you have anything for Alejandro?
Apart from well done and pretty impressive face, I guess. We don't have any other questions.
You're a free man. I think we can let you go.
Yeah,
But you know, it's been really good having you here this week.
Yeah.
Hopefully it won't be as long until you're back, because we last had you over here
2 years ago. Almost.
a year and a half ago. It was like May last year,
It was
or not last year, the year
March.
before.
I think
2022, yeah, March 22.
Nah, was it March?
it was. I think it was.
I thought it was
Must
later
have
than
been
that.
because
it was
our season started like May or June.
But did we not have you over for what was it? There was that event at Simply Race, was it? Or
It was the same thing.
was it? That was
Yeah.
March.
Yeah.
I thought that was like April. or
That one
May.
already.
Could have been April, but it was. I think it was warm-ish.
Yeah, I remember it being warmish. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, this is good.
Must have been June then.
Alejandro's back in his like element. This is good. Weren't going to subject you to some of the freezing conditions that, I mean, we had not this past week, but the week before. But yeah, no, it's been good having you over, and hopefully you'll be back very, very soon.
Yeah. Hopefully I will.
Cool. Sounds good. All right, I guess we're gonna wrap. Lee in my ear. Yeah, okay, right, we're good to wrap, so you can stay put. We're not going to shimmy you on out of here. That's been all from us for Apex Racing Team with the team stream of DNLS, and I'm not going to pronounce the full name of that again like I tried to at the start of the stream. So I butchered it, got it horribly wrong, so we'll just say it was DNLS. It was really good fun. Thanks to Johan Harth for jumping in and supporting me in terms of hosting this and having a chat about this, because if I had to do this by myself, I would have crumbled into a million pieces. Thanks to Lee in the production room, doing all the cameras and producing everything here for you. I just need to press a couple of buttons here in terms of microphone stuff. So my job is really, really easy. I just have to talk like an idiot for 3.5, close to 4 hours. Thanks to everyone who's helped out just in terms of like setting everything up. It's been really good fun. Hopefully everyone in the Twitch chat and YouTube chat enjoyed that as well. And thanks for all of your questions and words of support. And yes, we are going to be doing these for the Porsche Taycan Esports Super Cup. So I'll be fronting some of those rounds, and I think we'll get Kev in as well for them. So it won't just be me that you'll get to talk to at the end of a race, whether it's gone well or badly. You'll have Kev as well to try and mangle together some questions for you about how races went. But yeah, that's all from us for now. We'll be back. So PES starts next week, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It does.
Saturday.
It does. It's next Saturday. Not quite same time next week, but pretty close to it. We'll be on in the evening on Saturday next week. So that's it from us from now, and we'll see you guys then.
Hello guys, Alex Simpson here from Apex Racing Team. We're at Corby and the Apex Racing Sim Center Daytona 24. This is the second year that we've been able to use the Sim Center, and we've really got as many people here as we can this time. So just thought I'd give you a tiny little tour of kind of what's going on. So you're upstairs in mission control at the moment. So we've got a social media team that are kind of working on here, trying to get some content and some shots throughout the day. We've got our strategy team, so we've got Mark and George. We'll be a bit quiet as we enter into the TV studio. Obviously we are live on Twitch right now. For our sins, we have let Kevin and Luke take the helm on the mics. I don't really know what we're doing with that. Lee has been kindly controlling that Twitch stream all day in our production suite. Right, I think we've only got a few people driving at the minute, maybe a few testing. So yeah, follow me and we'll take you around. But yeah, so this is our ART room, which is where the full-timers always drive from. Got Luke, I'm currently sitting first and second in GTD. Over to the right here, we've got Peter, just getting himself ready for his first stint in the GTP category. Yeah, it's our full-time squad room, if you'd have it. Yeah, keep on following me and we'll take you through to what is normally our customer area, but all the drivers are in full use of the rigs today. We've got Gordy, say hello Gordy. Yeah, so Gordy had his first stint, Michele getting ready for his stint, Danny Civisabo. Unfortunately Danny got caught in that horrible checkup. Obviously those rigs are available to hire. You can have your whole team here as well and use the whole centre, the sort of spotting stations upstairs, any of these rigs. If you just follow me though, the very last little section that we have here is just kind of like our little chill out area that we've got. We've got Marcus and we've got Patrick, they've just finished their stints. And yeah, so we've got the Rennsport broadcast going on at the moment, and yeah, I dare say by the morning this place will be filled with pizza boxes and takeaways and all sorts of stuff. But yeah, nice little chill out space for everyone to enjoy while the race is going on as well.